Very good morning to all of you present here. Today, I'm very pleased and honored to be invited to chair the important session comprising of five presentations in today's international conference on language, literature, and humanities, with a thrust on varied areas to bring together leading academic scientists, researchers, and research scholars to exchange and share their experiences and results on all aspects of language, literature, culture, humanities, social sciences, and education. I am very much thankful to coordinator Professor Ghulam Moyuddin, Assistant Professor English, co-coordinator Professor Ramiz Raza, Assistant Professor Political Science, GDC Rajpura, Pulwama, and Dr. Shubhra Jamwal, Government College of Education, for providing me this opportunity to chair the plenary session. So, as at the outset, I would like to indicate a bit of rules for the benefit of all of us. That is, each presenter will be given a slot of at least 7 to 8 minutes because due to the shortage of time, and 5 minutes for the question answer session. With this, I have a pleasure in introducing the first presenter of today's international conference, Mr. Manbir Singh, research scholar, and Dr. Shivani Vashisht, professor and head of the Department of English. Both of this Mr. Manbir Singh and Dr. Shivani Vashisht both are from the same institute, that is Department of English, Faculty of Media and Humanities, Manav Ratna Institute of Research and Studies, Faridabad. I welcome you and I cordially invite Mr. Manbir Singh to throw the light for his today's presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. I'll present my presentation now. Can everyone see my presentation, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's okay.
The topic for my presentation is Subverting Patriarchy and Challenging Norms, Gender Dynamics in Arundhati Roy's The God of Small Things. Objective of the studies are this paper aims to study, identify, discuss, analyze, and to interpret Marriage and Patriarchy, a critical analysis of selected novel of Arundhati Roy, and thereby to place them in belief of Indian English literature. To study the novel of Arundhati Roy, keeping in mind the recurring themes that mentioned by critics and scholars, to identify marriage and patriarchy in the works of author, to study various thematic aspects of selected novels. The research methodology used by me is to fulfill research objective. An exploratory and descriptive research strategy will be adopted in this study. The primary goal of this study, as title suggests, are to identify, investigate, and analyze, and to interpret marriage and patriarchy. A critical analysis of selected novels of Arundhati Roy has been presented. Hence, the data collection from this research would be done primarily and secondarily from the sources as described. About the author and the novel. Susanna Arundhati Roy, widely known as Arundhati Roy, stands an eminent figure emerging from India. Distinguished from her roles as an author, ecologist, and social activist, her significant contribution spans various domains. The watershed movement arrived with her publication of her debut novel, The God of Small Things, in 1997. This literary masterpiece not only entranced a global readership but also garnered Roy the esteemed Man Booker Prize for the fiction that same year. The historic feat making her the first Indian woman to attain this prestigious award. In her novel, The God of Small Things, Arundhati Roy delves into and dissects various stratas of society, encompassing the themes of patriarchy, human connections, and casteism. She casts a revealing spotlight on the disparities and bias entrenched within Indian society, with particular focus on intersection of caste and gender, and their profound influence on kinship, relationship, and individual essences. Set against the backdrop of Kerala, India, the book weaves into poignant interact narrative exploring the realm of affection, caste, and division. Social hierarchy is represent and established norms. Arundhati Roy's work can be interpreted as a searing critique of patriarchal society within India. The male dominance pervades every facet of life, whether politics, social issues, or financial matters. In The God of Small Things, Roy's intention is to shed light on unjust society marked by male supremacy, particularly in harassment in harsh treatment of women, of those in of lower castes. Her focus zeroes in on ordinary lives of men and women who devoid heroic aspiration challenge long-standing social taboos. Her novel, The God of Small Things, weaves the narrative as across three generations set in small town of Kerala. The initial generation is represented by Mamachi and Papachi, predating the India's independence. Ammu and Chaku are the central figure of second generation during 1940s. The final generation taking place in 1960s is led by Rahel and Estha. Throughout these successive generations, the processive male dominant culture continues to oppress women in various ways. Roy employed trio, trio of character Mamachi, Amu, and Rahel to articulate her perspective. Three daughters have endured mistreatment at the hand of men in general and husband in particular. Amu and Rahel's marriage ends in divorce, while Mamachi, separated from her husband for the first time, endures ongoing abuse. Apache, Mamu and Chaku's father, sees beating his wife only when commanded by Chaku, but thereafter he never speaks to her again. Mamachi's story mirrors the plight of countless women throughout history, suffering in silence under the torture and trauma. Roy's narrative underscores how familial and domestic duties constrain women's life in India. Amu and Valutha emerges as a vital character in the novel, each transgressing social boundaries in their own ways. Amu and Valutha stands out as that blossoms from the depth of their heart, growing into a true man-woman connection. Beyond physical attraction, their disregard of social barrier binds them. Despite knowing society would reject their connection, they preserve and their defense against the societal norms and their ability to act according to their convictions bring them together. Valutha stands as a vivid example of this dynamics. His actions challenges the societal norm, leading to the police fatal assaults. Rahel, on the other hand, is youngest of the generation. She is also separated from her husband, but now we see at the end of the novel that she is not treated as her mother, was set aside as an outcast. Now society and their family is more accepting. In the end, we see the change in society in the family is toward a positive side. But the still women are fighting for their lives and the power in their own ways. Conclusion. The novel underscores the love laws as prevailing patriarchal and societal norms, depicting who to love and how do you so. This issue discussed by through the characters of Amu and Valutha, who boldly defy the regulation in their pursuit of personal fulfillment, fully cognizant of the potential consequence, yet their unwavering commitment to breaking free from these constraints remain unshaken. Amu's act of defiance resonant particular powerful in dismantling gender norms. This contrast is most striking when comparing Amu's choice to those of her brother Chaku's. Both marry outside their community, have children, and undergo divorce. Amu, who bears burden of societal judgment, while Chaku effortlessly resumes his patriarchal role within the family folds. Moreover, Amu's relationship with untouchable Valutha and Chaku's extramarital affair highlight the stark disparity in consequence for similar behavior. Chaku is even afforded a separate entrance to indulge his desires. A parallel is drawn between Valutha and his father, revealing how Valutha bridges class divides. He defies societal expectations to transcend his birthright and upbringing. Amu too was consistently challenged cultural conventions, marrying against the expectations, divorcing and returning home, and engaging in love affair deemed taboo. Despite her awareness of the societal conscience she faced, her pursuit of personal authenticity remains steadfast. However, the narrative and the concluding chapter hold a ray of hope for the character Rahel. Following her mother's footsteps, marries outside her society divorce, yet unlike Amu, she does not face the same severe repercussions, indicating the gradual societal shift. The novel ultimately portrays society in evolution, albeit gradually hinting a brighter tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manveer Singh. Really, you made me little emotional too because really it was touching. Your paper is really touchy paper.
Thank you.
So, uh, any query, any question from audience side? Yes. Anyone who needs any information related to any this paper presented by this Mr. Manveer Singh? Yes. So, should we invite the second speaker? Am I audible to you?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all.
Thank you, Manveer. Thank you. No, I would like. Uh, she's Aniva Sukul, research scholar, Department of Management, Humanities and Social Sciences, National Institute of Technology, Agartala, and Dr. Gyana Bhatti Khuraji Ram, Assistant Professor, Department of Management, Humanities and Social Sciences, National Institute of Technology, Agartala. So please hand over to you.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yeah, sure, sure. You
Okay.
start.
Uh, Good morning, sir and ma'am. First of all, I would like to thank you for selecting my topic and giving me an opportunity to elaborate my paper in this platform. Due to some technical issues, I am not able to show my PPT, so I will read it out. Today, my topic is Narrative of Displacement and Conflict in Mohsin Hamid's The Reluctant Fundamentalist, a study of South Asian diaspora. The Reluctant Fundamentalist was published in 2007 and was shortlisted for Man Booker Award, Disable Award, and South Bank Award. Mohsin Hamid's narration of The Reluctant Fundamentalist, through first-person point of view, focuses into the themes of displacement, identity crisis, and clash of culture. The narrator of the entire story, Cengiz, a man belongs from Pakistan, becomes shattered as his American dream falls down after September 11, and he thus started questioning his sense of existence and belonging in America. A sense of alienation and displacement, leading to further conflict of self, grapples his entire identity as a Pakistani born brown man when he came to America during his post independence era. The another area of my paper is the conflicting self. The narration intersects the internal conflict experienced by Chengiz when he found himself caught between his Pakistani roots and his desire to assimilate into American societies. Chengiz confronts that his identity is being stuck in a world where his loyalties are questioned. Chengiz's sense of emotional displacement accelerates when he shares a deep emotional connection with Erika, who is again feeling emotional detachment due to her trauma. Besides being a paper of narrative of displacement and conflict, my paper also focuses on the study of South Asian diaspora experience. The diasporic aspect of South Asia is evident through Chengiz's experience and interactions. The novel highlights the challenges and trauma faced by South Asian in the West, the stereotypes, the racial profiling, and the sense of being perpetually foreign. The conversation of Cengiz with some diasporic members like him, like Jean, an Afro American man, or Jua Bostesta, a Chilean American man, further accomplishes the immigrant trauma and how different communities cope with displacement and discrimination. Cengiz attempts to escape from such conflict and trauma when he decides to return to Lahore and then attempt to reconnect with his South Asian identity. His transformation from an eager participant of American dream to a critic of American imperialism, is a global capitalism truly showcases his changing perspective and understanding of his place in the world. The reluctant fundamentalist concludes with a shedding light on narratives of displacement and conflict experienced by a Pakistani man as a result of post September 11. The novel provides insights into the complexities of belongings, identity, and self faced by South Asian diasporic people in a Western world. The novel encourages the readers to look forward the impact of historical events and global politics on individual lives, and the ways in which displacement and conflict shape personal narratives as well. Chengiz's experience of being othered and struggling to fit into American society reflect the broader challenges faced by many immigrants like Chengiz, especially those from non-Western backgrounds. By presenting Chengiz's story against the backdrop of global events and cultural dynamics, the novel provides insights into the challenges, dilemmas, and personal transformation faced by individuals who struggle and struggle multiple cultures in a world marked by tensions and uncertainties. Besides cultural conflict, the novel also focuses on the changing political and personal climate, which ultimately questions the Chengiz's sense of belonging. The novel beautifully showcases the after effects of September 11, the attack, and the subsequent war of terror, which shapes Chengiz's interactions and relationships, causing him to question his own place in the society. As Chengiz witnesses the deteriorating relations between United States and Pakistan, he gradually becomes increasingly disillusioned with the American dream and feels compelled to align himself with his Pakistani identity. This struggle to find a sense of belonging is a common experience for individual diasporic communities who often navigate multiple cultural and national identities. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Aniva. Thank you so much. Any questions? Any query if anyone has, please, audience? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you were audible, and thank you, ma'am. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Okay, okay. Nobody has any query? So, should we proceed further? So, we have the next speaker for the presentation. Yes. Uh, Mr. Azhar Elias Khudyar and Professor Nutan Kotak, Gujarat University School of Language, Department of English. I would repeat the name. Mr. Azhar Elias Khudyar and Professor Nutan Kotak, Gujarat University School of Language, Department of English. Is he here?
Madam, we are unable to find him. We shall move to the next presenter.
Pardon, sir?
Ma'am, I have a query that whether I have submitted my presentation, should I leave or should I stay in the conference?
No, you can leave. You can leave, no issue. If you have any like problem or you want to leave, it's okay. You can.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
So the third presenter, Azhar Elias Kudar and Professor Nutan Katak. Once again, I'm repeating your name. If you are here, please let me know so that we'll proceed further for the next participant. So no. So we will proceed for the next presenter, uh, Miss L. Sujitha.
Yes, ma'am, I'm
Research,
here.
research scholar, Department of English, St. John's College, uh, Sundarnagar University, Abhishek Patti, and Dr. S. Sophia Christina from the same department. So, are you here?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Yes.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yes. Good morning, Vita. Continue with your presentation, please.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Hi, I'm Sujita, PhD research scholar, St. John's College, Palamkote, and I'm doing my PhD research on the novels of Zadie Smith, a British author. And today, the topic I have chosen for my presentation is Racism in a Post-Colonial World, Exploring Swing Time by Zadie Smith. Zadie Smith is a British novelist and she is having her multicultural identity. Her father is an Englishman and her mother is from a Jamaican background. And most of her novels deals with the multiculturality and how they find it very difficult to cope up in the London. Since she is from London, most of her novels have been set in the London based. And the novel I have chosen for my presentation is Swing Time, and the swing time is dealt with an unnamed narrator, and the novel swings from the present time, and also it focused on her childhood also, and how she feels racism in that post-colonial world. Most of the novelists used to deal with that America or any colonialized land, but Zadie Smith is a novel who deals with the problems faced by the immigrants in London itself. During the colonialism period, most of the immigrants travel from their own country and find their settlement in other places. And in this novel, this unnamed narrator, she is from Jamaican background as well as her father is an Englishman. Zadie Smith is giving autobiographical touch in this novel, and unnamed narrator, she have a friend whose name is Tracy, and she used to adore her friend Tracy because she used to wind lies about how beautiful her childhood is. But in reality, these both are black people who is facing racism in England. This paper deals with how these people are facing the racism, and the narrator shows the childhood of the narrator reveals her ambitions and goals, which gives the glimpse into the personality of the narrator. In this post-colonial world, she is having enough chances to explore the world, but she don't have the chances to face herself as her black woman. Even in her school, she has been treated as an object of sex, but she couldn't be recognized as an individual who is having her own emotions and all. She is feeling unfit to live in that white society. She started living in the shades of others. Like in her adulthood, she became an assistant to an white dancer whose name is Amy, and she started feeling like that there is no place for black in that white society. The white people idolizes themselves as they are superior to everyone, and they don't give the chances to the black people. Being a black woman, she suffered so much in the hands of the white people, and she started become their puppet. She have no feelings of her own. She started following the rules of others. At one instant, she started feeling like her life has become so much depending on other races, and her race having no priorities have been given to her. Even she wanted to begin her career as a ballet dancer, but her own mother herself criticized like this culture won't give you that opportunities. They only worship your body, but your talent won't be worshipped by these white people. She's facing so much of this discrimination. She started thinking then once she go to West Africa, maybe she can find her own identity. But there also she feels like she's alienated to that place also, because now she is neither white nor black, but she's a kind of brown which she have no recognition at all. Her black friend Tracy started feeling like if she winded stories of lies about her, she is becoming so glorified. But at the end of the novel, she also didn't find her attendance of she's good. But these black people are so much the problem of biracials, however, is such individuals are white to the black and black to the whites. The same things happen to the narrator. She observes that the women in West Africa are not her tribe, and the women in London are also not her tribe. She feeling so much affected by this colonialism, after effect of colonialism. The multicultural individuals strive to find identity. Most of the Smith's novels deal with the same things. The narrator see no connection between herself and the small army of women around her in the compound. And in this novel, the English people have been taken care of black as a strategy to gain some popularity. For example, the character's Amy, she is a best white dancer. For her, that narrator is an assistant. That Amy is particularly showing off, like she is caring about the black people, like building schools for them and adapting black child to show them the superiority of white. She just thinking like the white people have to civilize the black people. This is the thinking of the white people, as well as the black also adopted to that thing, like that white are the superior and they have to glorify them. And in this novel, Zadie Smith didn't give us any conclusion of that any change or not, but she just gives that contemporary society, contemporary post-colonial London society, how the racism still a part of the world which couldn't be erased until everyone have changed their notions towards their racism. I have applied critical race theory in this paper to show that what the black people are facing in this immigration and displacement of the natives, and how their lives have been suffered, and still they strive to become independent in that white society, and they are still searching for their quest for identity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Your good name, Dr. Sophia Christina and
I'm
Sujita.
Sujita, ma'am.
Yeah.
Mm.
So thank you so much. Any queries from audience? Please have any queries, because these issues are very sensitive issues. We all should like talk together, discuss together about these prevalent issues, because uh, now we are in 21st century. We are also talking same about what was like 2 decades back. We are still in that
I have one
uh,
question,
conflict. Yes,
Sujita.
yes.
Yes, sir. Tell me.
As you mentioned that you're doing your PhD on the same novel, right?
Yeah, I have doing on the 5 novels of studies.
Okay, 5 novels. So, what are your objectives in your study? Like, if you can mention one.
I'm yeah.
Mhm.
I'm just trying to find out how the people in the multicultural society is striving to find their identity. Since everyone used to talk about India, the colonized land, and also the America, how the people of immigrants are doing, but people are finding it not to talk about in London. London is the place where the immigrants are suffering the most. And for example, even nowadays, the issues also we can take it into account. We have sent the Chandrayaan 3 to the moon, but the British people are the one who is criticizing us, like you people are lying, you didn't said it like that. The same thing is happening in that London society also.
Mhm, mhm.
So I am analyzing about the contemporary immigrants, contemporary society where we are living, because that is me the dealing about the 21st century people only. So
Mhm.
I am just dealing about how the dynamics, what are the impacts that multiculturalism society bring upon us, and how we have to solve the things, and how to come up to that society. Like we are living in our native society, we should be the same in the British society also.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful, ma'am. So
Thank
Thank
your
you, sir. Thank you.
the source of data, the primary data source is this novel or some other things as well, like from where the data is.
Yeah. Yeah, I have taken the sources from the primary sources, as well as many articles and some cultural studies books and all. I have taken a secondary sources, and also going through some other articles also.
thank you.
Okay, okay, okay. Thank you so
Thank you.
much. Thank you,
Now,
Sujita.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
last speaker of today's presentation is Mr. Deepak Dhariwal and
Thank you.
Dr. Pooja Raina, Research Scholar, Amity School of Communication, Amity University, Haryana. Yes, please.
Very good afternoon, ma'am. I think it's
Yes.
still morning. Thank you so much for providing me this opportunity to present my topic here. So let me just share my screen here. Just a sec, man. Uh, there's this some technical problem because of some security issue with my laptop. So may I get 2 minutes to restart my system so that?
No, no issue. You take your time. No issue.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Just a sec. Can you see my screen, ma'am?
Yes, it's there.
Okay, so I think due to some internet, slow internet issue, I won't be able to share the camera. So, anyways, so this is my topic, ma'am, and this is originally I have submitted uh, in that Google form, but there's a slight change in the topic. Although the content and the abstract is same, it's just the topic only. So, if you can just change that, it will be good for me. So it's the similar thing, although earlier I submitted this examining the influence of digital advertising on consumer purchase behavior, a study on buying online courses in India, right? But I would love to go with this topic, which is exploring the effect of digital advertising on consumer purchase patterns
Okay.
and in-depth investigation of online course acquisition in the Indian context, which I find a little more, precise. So if it would be possible for you to change in the certificate, it will be good for me. Otherwise, it's the same thing. There's no as such change.
Okay, okay, no issue.
Yeah. So I would love to go with this one. So table of content. I'm here to present is the introduction, the objective of the study, research design and methods, result and discussion, conclusion. So as we all know, the growth of e-commerce in India has been attributed to many things, including the population growth, with more people across the across with more people access to the 4G and 5G internet connectivity, increasing smartphone and device we use, the availability of more online products. India is gradually gaining a foothold as the leading, economy in the Asia Pacific region, with e-commerce being one of the leading industry, right? So, for example, digital advertisement communication in the business world, which includes the lead generation, audience targeting, and finally generating revenue for the business. So basically, digital advertising is not just nowadays a tool to generate the revenue, but it also to basically influence the audience. I All of you have seen how even the political parties uses all these tools to influence the audience, right? So I'll be talking about the digital, marketing, basically the impact of digital advertising on the consumer buying behavior. So this is some of the data. India is the second largest after China, the internet user in the number of users in India. So almost 227 million rural Indians are using, and 205 million urban Indians are also using the internet right now. In fact, it's growing, and it's more than this data right now showing, because this data is I think from last year. This is the kind of interactive model basically used by the advertiser and the internet influencer to get the desired leads and the result, and at the end of the day the purchases of the course, right? So this area is basically consumer controlled area, which has some functions like the normally internet user go to internet and try and research about some topic, search about some topic. They want to do some shopping, or just for the entertainment purpose they go to internet, right? Then the information processed is the attention, memory, and attitude, right? So sometimes it can be the playful, it can be the serious one. So somebody is maybe searching for the serious things, which is really useful for them, and sometimes it's just for the entertainment purpose. So this part comes under the advertiser controlled area, which is they where they show some ad types. So whenever, let's suppose, you try and search in the Google, okay, I want to
Sir, sorry to interrupt you. Sir, kindly, you have 5 more minutes. Kindly present your important points and findings.
okay, okay, sure, 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 sir. So the objective of the study to study the study aims to review the literature on the functions of online media in selling courses. The study would suggest the strategies for the implementation to digital advertisers, marketers, public relation personnel, educational corporate communicator, and content writer post COVID era. Research design and method used in the study. The paper performed the systematic literature review by using the Prisma approach. A systematic literature review has two main steps. One is the pick inclusion criteria, and second is the select repository and papers. The study followed the compile collaboration user group approach
Please
for
back
selecting.
to your findings as
Okay,
per your
okay,
yes.
okay, okay. So I'll just directly jump to the findings.
Yes.
So the result, it's basically in the three main areas: the consumer behavior in digital environment, the consumer behavior in buying online courses, and digital communication as the advertising tool. So it's basically the literature review of the different papers and the studies I have done. So some of the finding and suggestion over here: regardless of kind of product, the internet, mobile devices, and the social media all provide consumers with the access to knowledge and entertaining information to in a participatory manner, right? So these are basically based on the different uh, research topic I have chosen, and all those research topic basically I have chosen almost 160 for potential research article, and then concluded the 16 articles I have selected based on the different criteria I have gone through. So conclusion for this first objective is the digital advertiser strategies are prevalent in today's business landscape. Strategies include search engine optimization, search engine marketing, content marketing, influencer marketing, email marketing, and direct marketing. Technological advancement and online advertising has created a synergy. This synergy has led to increasing adoption of digital advertising strategies. Digital advertising plays a pivotal role in driving the digitization process within India's digital economy. It facilitates the growth and success of business operating in the digital era as well. Finding underscores the significance of digital advertising in shaping the contemporary business landscape as well. Digital advertising contributes to economic growth in the digital era. So, based on the second objective, these are the conclusions I have. So, prioritize the retail consumer satisfaction. So, it's talking about the consumer behavior in buying online courses. So, it's talking about the behavior part of the consumer. So, it acknowledges the unpredictable nature of brand success in the rural India as well. Recognize the internet as a contemporary online shopping platform. Leverage the impact of advertisement on consumer behavior. Understand customer characteristics in decision making. Address protection and privacy concerns of Indian online consumer. Adapt to digital marketing strategies like right platform, targeting the relatable content. So basically it's talk about the they have to advertiser need to choose the right audience through the right platform, basically to deploy the information uh, where they want to in fact, it's, let's suppose, if advertiser is using a platform like LinkedIn to promote a course on maybe on how to create stunning reels for the Instagram. So it will be having no output on LinkedIn, as compared to the if they advertise the same course advertising on the uh, Instagram and Facebook. or maybe to some extent the YouTube as well, right? So basically, they have to take care of the platform as well as the right audience as well. They have to target the particular audience to reach the right audience. The third, the digital communication as the advertising tool. So of course, internet, mobile devices, and social media enable access to the knowledge and entertainment information. Digital advertisements caters to different personality types as well. So basically, it's very much specific for the audience. So they caters to the different advertisements for to the different or the right audience as well. So basically, it targets the right audience to deploy the right information. Some customers rely on public advertisements and personal knowledge as well. Online media influences consumer behavior through emotions and cognitive processes. So the conclusion of the whole study is it is essential to identify the same information for the internet e-commerce companies so that they can develop and implement effective strategies for fulfilling the same requirements. The finding of the study in the form of consumer behavior over buying online courses will certainly benefits the Indian e-commerce companies in attracting the attention of the local consumer towards their platform for generating maximum revenue and refining the profit of India within the economy for providing certain stability and growth opportunities to the same. So that's all about it. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you, Deepak. Uh, you were just telling in your first slide that India is second in number in internet usage.
Yes,
Huh?
ma'am. Ma'am.
Yes. And you were just giving the data about the usage of this internet among different age groups. So I was not able to see that which is the age where the maximum that age group is using this internet for this online shopping. What is that age group?
Okay. So, yeah, there is this age group. So basically, maximum nowadays it starts from almost, from 10 years to the almost 55 or 60 years old.
All of
The
them,
other,
all are using online, but I mean, which is the maximum age group? Which
which
is
which buys the online courses, ma'am.
yeah, yeah, online.
Okay. So online courses bought by the maximum age group is the between 25 to 40 or 45 around.
Okay,
Yes.
nice. Thank you. Anyone having query related to this issue? Yes. Any question, please? It was also very interesting topic.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Anyone having any question, please?
Yes, I'm open to the questions. If anyone having any question.
Is it okay for everyone? So, with this, we'll conclude today's this session, technical session. You might have
No,
heard my name. I am Dr. Yes, yes,
mention, I
yes,
want to I want to mention one thing. I think
yes,
there are two people in the room one
yes.
who's struggling to find the link for the room two. So if you
Okay.
can just announce there, I mean, if somebody's name which is not who haven't present here, so it will be
The,
good.
one of the presenter, I think it was Azhar Elias Kudar and Professor Newton Kotak. He was
So
left. I don't know. Yes.
maybe he's in the room number one because somebody is trying to get in room number two. I also found it to someone struggling to get here. So if you can announce the name, maybe he is there.
But I'm announcing it once again. Azhar Elias Kudar and Professor Newton Kotak. If he has joined again, I think he must have presented in another technical session, room number one. Maybe.
Maybe.
Because till now he has not joined. So we can't wait much. So thank you all the presenters. All of you have presented very well, very nice presentations, really eye openers, and especially the topics which are really creating cultural conflicts. Uh, the patriarchy still which is existing, male preference, male dominance. Similarly, the other topics presented by like racism. Uh, we are living in 21st century and still we are fighting for color, the blacks and whites. So we can think that how much like we are thinking for the change, we are be in progressive outlook, we are going for progress, we are going for developing our every aspect, being in India or worldwide, whatever, we are going towards this progress, and still we are fighting those traditional issues till date when we are entering into this global world. Like still we are fighting for that uh, conflict, because of that racism conflict, because of that patriarchal society. Similarly, I was also very interesting to listen marginalization in the blue between sky and water, but anyhow I'm missing that lecture. And this the last lecture, it was again different from others, like this influence of digital advertising on consumer behavior. It was again a very interesting topic, because nowadays everybody prefers to have shopping while sitting at home, doing course while sitting at home so that he can save his time, and while doing online course he can do some other work, he can do some other job, because as per NDP 2020 now we can have two courses at the same time. We can have one course offline, we can have the other course online. So this is how the things are moving, how the system is changing. And really the eye-opener topics today you have presented in this technical session. Thank you once again to you all. You might have heard my name. I am Dr. Rajinder Kaur, Associate Professor, presently working in Government College of Education, Jammu, UT of J&K. So thank you so much, everyone. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your wonderful time and wonderful words by motivating the presenters.
No, no,
Now,
no. It's you
next,
all have presented, because it was really, the topics were really like, I was interested to listen that what is happening till now. But they were all like burning issues of day.
Oh,
Thank you so
okay,
much.
madam. Now,
thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
Yes,
ma'am,
next
for
of all,
chairing the session so well. Thank you.
yes,
now,
yes.
next of all, move to the next technical session. Now, I like to invite Dr. Sunila Sharma, Associate Professor of English, Government Degree College, Nagaland, Himachal Pradesh, India. The session is yours, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. First and foremost, um, a big thanks to Dr. Shelja Vasudeva, the organizing secretary of this international conference, uh, and the Cape Comorin Trust of India, um, with the collaboration of Government Degree College, Rajpura, Pulwama, Jammu and Kashmir, this international conference on language, literature, and humanities, and the second day and the second session. Thank you, ma'am, Vasudeva, for giving me an opportunity to be with you all again. And I congratulate the organizing committee and the organizers of this um, conference. Um, well, now that already we are a little bit late into this session, so without taking any more time, I would invite the first panelist from our panel, Ms. Sunita Devi. She is Assistant Professor of English in Government College, Nagrota Bagwa, Himachal Pradesh. And she's going to present a topic which is gender and Indian spaces. So I welcome Ms. Sunita Devi. Over to Sunita Devi. Is she there? Let me check whether she has joined the session or not. Well, I don't see her. I don't see her. I don't see her amongst the people who have joined the room. So I think we should invite the next speaker, and whenever Sunita joins, we can call her in with the permission of admins.
Yeah, ma'am. We shall move to the next presenter.
Thank you, sir. So then our next speaker of the panel is Wahad Khalil Hashim and Dr. Rishi A. Thakkar. I hope they are present. Let me check. Wahadji? No, I don't see them as well. So that brings us to the third speaker. And I thought, I think I saw the name here.
And please check the other. I think there is two room we have joined.
Deepak ji, yes?
So yes, ma'am. Actually, there are some people who are in the room number 1 as well. This is room number 2. So if maybe some of them joined there,
Yes,
so
let's
if you can
wait
just
for them.
announce the
Let's
name.
wait for them. Let's wait for them. Maybe they will join eventually after realizing that they are in the wrong room. So I think we should move on with because we are already late in this session. So I think we should move ahead with our third speaker, whom I noticed that they have joined. This is Sring Dao Langsa. If they are there, kindly come and join us for their presentation. This is Sring Dao Langsa from Department of History, Assam University, Silchar. And Langsa ji is going to present his paper on archaeological. This is archaeological remains in northeastern region of India. So I invite
Good afternoon.
ji to come and present his paper.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are.
Okay, ma'am. First of all, I would like to share my screen directly. Just give me some time, ma'am. Ma'am, is my screen visible? Hello, ma'am.
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Is it visible? Okay.
You shall start
So,
the presentation.
okay. Thank you. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to present my field of research uh, in this very seminar, international seminar. I'd like to thank each and everyone present over here, especially the panelists, administrators, and the co-scholars. So my paper is on the archaeological remains in the northeastern region of India. And if you speak of northeastern region, then it consists of 8 states, and out of which in my paper, I would like to highlight all the remains that were being unearthed from the very region. So northeastern region, it shares 99% of its total geographical boundary internationally. And the prominent river here are the Brahmaputra River, the Barak River, and the Tista River. Excavation along this bank of rivers and on the vast plains of this very river valley remains, cultural remains from different cultural periods were unearthed during different occasions. So my paper focuses on the remains that were being discovered and what are its significance. So the study of archaeology, the study of archaeology in the northeastern region began during the colonial period. The British civil and military officers pioneered the study of archaeology in the region. However, during the colonial period, the studies were mainly concentrated on identifying the tool typology and not from the and the remains were not specifically unearthed from the underground. Most of the discoveries were made overground, and it only described the types of artifacts. So after the country was freed from the British rule, systematic excavation began to be conducted in the northeastern region of India, and it has pushed the timeline of the very region to the distant past associated with the Neolithic tool tradition. So in your screen, there are like there are like certain archaeological remains that are being discovered, such as like the stone tools, lithic monuments, rock shelter sites, pottery, rock art and engraving, structural remains, and others. Stone tools. So stone tools in this region was first highlighted by John Lubbock. Then since then, various others reported the findings of stone implements such as E.H. Steele, Lieutenant Baron, and others. However, these implements were not collected from the stratigraphy, but were mostly surface collection. This perspective changed in the independence period, and since then, various sites yielded stone implements based on the typology. They can be grouped into Paleolithic, Mesolithic, and Neolithic cultural remains. These tools were collected from different geological positions, such as terrace, gravel deposits, eroded surface of the terrace, silt layer, bank of streams or river, gullies at the bottom of the hills, elevated flats of a high ridge, rock shelter, hillock, and others. So the next one is the lithic monuments. Lithic monuments means something which has been created out of a big boulder into different shapes and size. So lithic monuments in the northeastern region are of various characteristics in terms of both structure and function. The classification comprises a cairn, capstone, schist, dolmen, menhir, monolithic jar, and trident. Based on their usage and functions, they can be broadly classified into two main types, which funerary and non-funerary, but with a wide variation amongst them. And among these lithic monuments, the most menhir is the most common installed and is seen in any of the villages of the ethnic communities. Menhir is a stone slab erect in a straight upward position. It is sometimes plain or sometimes engraved with different embossings, the different characters. So others are ancient dead ritual. So that is certain, and people in the northeastern region send off their dead with respect. And among the common practice that will be followed in the mainstream culture, just like burying and cremation, the other type of practice that were being in practice in the distant past in the northeastern region include pot or urn burials, cis burials, and boat burials. Although most of this tradition has died out, however, the archaeological remains testify to their existence until very recent times. So another evidence of human occupancy in this region comes from the rock shelter sites. Rock shelter, the first rock shelter site from the region was brought in the year 1968-69 during an excavation conducted by the Manipur State Archaeology Department at Khangkui in district Ukhrul. After a decade, another cluster cave was discovered to the north of Haron village in district Tamenglong in the same district. Since then, various other sites in the region reported rock shelter sites, such as Siken, Potang Langkup in district Khifre, Nagaland, and others. Most of the rock shelter sites discovered in the region are left unattended with preliminary findings. There are no systematic excavation ever conducted on these rock shelter sites until date. And the other thing is, the other remains are the pottery. Northeastern region, like elsewhere in the country, yielded pottery from various sites. It is one of the most common artifacts found and can be traced back to the ancient period attested to the Neolithic culture. Since then, manufacture and its uses can be seen down to the modern period with some occasional changes. The first evidence of pottery from the region was unearthed from the excavation at Daudali Hading in the session 1962-63 by the Department of Anthropology, Guwahati University. The finding was significant because it was for the first time that court mark pottery associated with the polystone tools in stratigraphy was found in this part of the country. Corded ware was considered a characteristic of the East Asian and Southeast Asian Neolithic context. And after the finding of corded ware from the very site, it extended the boundary and it extended that boundary towards the northeastern region. Then another are the rock arts and engravings. People in the ethnic communities in the northeastern region did not have the script of their own. So in the absence of script, it's become an arduous task to write down the history of the very region, to comprehensively write or to comprehend the history of the northeastern region. So in such cases, rock art and engravings are very much helpful in reconstructing the past. Uh, these rocks and engravings are depicted with various characters. In some of the art, it demonstrate how the primitive or primeval people had lived their life, their social structure, the hunting scene, the way how they worship their ancestral god and goddesses are depicted in these various stone slabs in the form of art and engravings. So another remains that are being unearthed from the plains, a vast plains area, especially the Brahmaputra River Valley and the Barak River Valley. We see structural remains from the 4th century CE onwards, and these structural remains comprises of dwelling houses, fortification, masonry, mounds, rampart, tanks, monasteries, stupas, and temples. The structural remains can be divided into two segments, such as religious and secular. Religious structure comprises of temples and stupas and monasteries, whereas the secular building comprises of fortification, masonry, mounds, rampart, tanks, and along with this, there are like common findings of other remains from these structural remains, such as pottery, pottery, iron implements, and other metals. So it becomes so my finding and conclusion. Uh, so it becomes clear that northeastern region is archaeology enriched region, which is cultural remains dating from the Stone Age culture to the colonial period. These diverse antiquities in some cases show similarities among various sites. Thus, it opens the door where it entered. This further proves to be useful in dating the undated site by corroborating it with the dated sites. Besides datable antiquities, although a few in numbers, such as coins and inscriptions, are also some noteworthy discoveries. Although these ancient remains are ignored in the study of the region's ancient past, finds made during different archaeological investigations in the region remain scattered. A comprehensive study of these remains advocated the existence of two distinct cultures that existed and grew simultaneously. One that existed in the hills was primeval and was more inclined towards the Neolithic culture of Southeast Asia and East Asia, whereas finds made from different sites in the valleys and plains showed evidence of mainstream culture of the country. This was the people poured into the region from the west as well as east. Most likely, those that entered from the east settled in the hills and the former into the plains and river valleys. In regards to the people coming from the east, it is difficult to comprehend when the first group arrived and made their settlement in the northeastern region. This is because most of the artifacts found from primitive sites are challenging to date. Stone tools, which are a prominent find, were classified into a chronological sequence based on their nature and typology. Moreover, these were collected mostly from the surface, and thus there is a contradiction about their age. On the other hand, the settlement in the river valleys and plains have affinities with the urban culture or the Gangetic Valley. The sculpture, religious buildings, and other associated finds are identical to the Gupta art traditions, Orisian type of temples, and Bengal art. Thus, it can be implied that the region witnessed the coming of people from the west since the days of the Guptas or even earlier. In addition, the cultural remains found in the urban sites suggest that they lead a prosperous life. Moreover, the existence of a temple in a large number demonstrates the ruling house as a believer who advocated Sanatan and Bodhidharma. Lastly, it will be erroneous to assume that both these cultures existed in isolation and remain untouched by the outside world. Archaeological finds have revealed cultural exchange and intermixing among the people in the hills and the plains. There existed trade where the inhabitants of the plains and and the hills had various exchanges. This shows the progressive attitude of the inhabitants of the northeastern region since the time immemorial. And then these are the some of the bibliography used in this present work. So with this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Langsa. This was an in-depth research into the archaeological remains in north and eastern region of India. Like any researcher, you have really gone very deep into the social aspect, the archaeological, of course, but the anthropological aspect, and you've tried to connect these 6 aspects of your archaeological remains, namely the stone sources, the lithic monuments, the rock shelters, then this pottery, then rock art, the sculpture, and then the structural remains. You have categorized very beautifully these remains into these categories. And after the classification, you have tried to move into the research part, where you are trying to connect these remains to the various other parts of India and outside India. So that leaves an open scope for other researchers and a further research into these areas, trying to connect these remains to the various civilizations, the various kingdoms, Guptas, and the further north plains. So there, your research ends with a very rich opportunity for further research. So that is an addition and a very valuable addition to your research, sir. So I congratulate you, but now I leave the house open for any questions.
Thank you, ma'am.
So I don't see query or any comment. Let us wait for another minute, and let's now go on and move on to our next presenter. The next presenter here is Mr. Ranga R. He's research scholar and joined by Dr. Poonam, Assistant Professor, Department of English and Foreign Languages from SRM Institute of this technology, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. I think there is some confusion about rooms today.
Yeah, mom, excuse me. I'm Azhar Alias Khudayer. I was in room number 1, in section number 1, but I don't get the link. I was in room, and now I arrived now. I don't know. Can I present after all of them or how?
Azhar, we didn't have you in this panel, but if our admins will permit so, we will have you here. For that, we need the permission of the admins, I think.
Then I'll wait or what?
Yes, let's wait. If we don't we get a nod from our admins here,
Yeah.
Only then we can carry on with this proposal of yours, that we can have your presentation here. Meanwhile, we had 5 presenters, and I will look on over for the 5th presenter of this session, Sherina D. And she's accompanied by Dr. K.N. Shobha, Associate Professor at NTTTR. This is Taramani, Chennai. So if the presenters are here, I would invite them to come and present their paper. Yes, but I think your volume is low.
Ma'am, am I audible now?
Yes, now you are audible. Okay. Please, go ahead. Yes, please take over.
Yes, kindly give me a minute, ma'am. I'll just present my PowerPoint.
We can't see your PowerPoint as of now. Yes, it's coming to us now.
Good afternoon to all. I am Sherina, research scholar from NITTR Chennai, and also presenting on behalf of Dr. K.N. Shobha, Associate Professor from NITTR Chennai. And thank you for this opportunity to give me to present my research findings. My topic of research is entitled An Affinity with Nature, Approaching Eco-Poetic Elements in Select Works of Emily Dickinson. So we live in a time when there's a great rallying cry for environmentalism and the protection of all things green. But even at a time when this was unheard of, Emily Dickinson, a versatile American poet, was futuristic in thought and proficient in bringing out the idea that nature is essential for wholesome living. In this research, I have focused on nature and the ecological affinity, equality, indispensability, and its active role as evidenced in the poems of Emily Dickinson. So a quick introduction to the poet. Her writings encompassed areas of love, art, sorrow, nature, amongst many others. Her passion for nature was seen from a very young age. When she chose the subject of botany in her higher level of learning in school, and it's also seen in her lifelong hobby of gardening, and of course in her literary works. And importantly, her poems showcase a shift from a traditional organized religion to a more pantheistic philosophy of life. Now, moving on to understand what is ecopoetics, ecopoetics is focusing on poetic writings that carry some kind of an environmental message. It investigates how humans are situated within their habitat and can also extend to an investigation into ecology. So often we celebrate this unity and diversity principle with people and society, even in terms of globalization and all. But then a certain pride has made us conceal the fact that we share a greatly interdependent relationship with nature. So, eco poetry celebrates nature and stresses the underlying design of human affinity to it. Now, these are some theories and concepts I've explored in the research. The first one is the concept of deep ecology, which rejects any notion of separating humans from nature and any idea that perpetuates the objectification of the natural environment. Rather, it focuses on a biocentric approach towards life. So, in Dickinson's poem, Nature is What We See, this is evident when she describes that the harmony that nature holds, thus affirming the oneness that we share with nature. So, she speaks from her poem, I quote from her poem: Nature is what we see: the hill, the afternoon, squirrel, the bobolink, the sea, thunder, the cricket, nay, nature is harmony. So, although she wrote at a time when concepts associated with eco criticism was unheard of, her poems still brim with the idea of nature's role in her life and the importance it holds. Moving on to transcendentalism, which was popularized by Emerson, it has the primary idea of nature has the deepest connection to the self, and this connection can be obtained by any means that seem fit for that individual themselves, be it their religion, their spirituality, or any other way. And it also moves beyond a worldly or even a rational way of thinking or reasoning. So, in this poem, Because I Could Not Stop for Death, a parallel to transcendentalism can be drawn from Dickinson's worldview of nature, playing an important role both in life and even in the journey towards death. And death is made appealing through nature, the nature vocabulary and the imagery that is seen in Dickinson's work. I quote from her poem: We pass the fields of gazing grain, we pass the setting sun, or rather, he passed us. So, and death is personified as a kind gentleman accompanying her, taking in the nature sights, and as they ride the chariot towards the poet's demise. So, nature fits Dickinson's narrative in a very positive light, even when it is hovering over the subject of death. Moving on to pantheism, which was popularized by philosopher Baruch Spinoza. This concept has also been evident in many old Eastern religions and philosophies from centuries ago. And some of the primary tenets of pantheism involve environmental concerns as well as stressing on the sacrality of the earth. So it stands to believe in the identical nature of God and the universe. So in this poem, A Service to Song, Dickinson equates conventional religious themes to a natural setting. I quote from the poem: Some keep the Sabbath going to church. I keep it staying at home with a bobolink for a chorister and an orchard for a dome. And instead of tolling the bell for church, our little sexton sings. So there's a strong leaning towards a pantheistic worldview in this poem, where the traditional Christian religious norms of church going are clearly rejected, and nature and its creatures take up the role of these rituals at home. So she proposes that nature offers a heaven on earth experience, while religion can only offer this experience at the end of one's life, that is, at death. Now, moving on to the concept of Gaia hypothesis, which is a popular eco-critical theory put forth by James Lovelock. It has the principle of living and non-living organisms interact to form a complex interdependent relationship. So it includes and adopts the attitude of inclusivity and distances itself from anthropocentric views, because it believes that every facet of life in its course holds a vital place for nature. So in Dickinson's poem, The Bee, we can see how she shows her humility and understanding of how she can learn a lot, even from this very insignificant insect, such as a bee. So she portrays the bee as a warrior. And she ends the poem with a very wishful musing and coveting the experience of the bee. She wishes to understand what the bee experiences. So, from this, we understand how she draws inspiration from nature and she finds serenity and happiness in nature. Now, moving on to the topic of psychic reterritorialization, the term reterritorialization seeks to understand how we inhabit a world in our making, the spaces in our imagination, how they work to inhabit the boundaries that we set for ourselves. So, a psychic reterritorialization is showcased in Dickinson's poem, where there's a reference to both the physical representation of space as well as the spaces of the mind. So we can further understand how the spaces of the mind and the landscape metaphorically represent sites of conflict and of refuge, where the writers can examine the borders of human contact more closely. So I quote from her poem, The Bee is Not Afraid. The bee is not afraid of me. I know the butterfly. The pretty people in the woods receive me cordially. The brooks laugh louder when I come. The breezes madder play. Wherefore mine eye, thy silver miss? Wherefore, O summer's day? So here in this poem, we can see the psychic reterritorialization occurs where the elements of nature replace the territories of human relationship, both in the physical and in the psychic realm of the poet's life. So the poet shows that she finds happiness and peace in the lap of nature rather than in the midst of other humans. Moving on to the final theory of eco-mimesis, this is a theory which is seen as a kind of, it talks about a style of writing, a style of nature writing, or an ecological writing, which wants to undo habitual distinctions between nature and ourselves. So, as Timothy Morton elaborates, it makes us aware of the atmosphere around the action or the environment in which or about which the philosopher is writing. So I quote from Dickinson's poem, A Dew Sufficed Itself. A dew sufficed itself and satisfied a leaf, and felt how vast is destiny, how trivial is life. So, in the employment of this kind of sensory and nature vocabulary, the poet creates a constant awareness of the predominant presence of nature, and she also makes them aware of the atmosphere around which the action of the poem is taking place. So, in conclusion, as humans, we often overlook and underestimate nature for only enjoying its benefits and also for our personal human development, but we often overlook the interconnectedness that we share with nature. So Emily Dickinson, through her poems, she has edified her readers and helping them understand that we share a give and take relationship with nature. And this alone should be practiced because this is the morally just approach, not just towards nature, but towards our life as well. Thank you. These are some of the references. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Sharina. Your paper was a very detailed paper and almost complete with the observations based on theories and description of these theories at length and in depth. You have traversed the works of Emily Dickinson and presented her in a very close connect with nature as she is. Some of the things that you have pointed out are that Emily Dickinson has looked at nature and all the manifests of nature, giving them personification at times. You have enumerated various examples from her texts. And then you have sort of moved to enlisting nature on various fronts, may it be physical, psychological, emotional, sensory, and spiritual. So you have also embarked on the transcendental aspect that Emily Dickinson, portrays through her poetry, the aspect of human and the nature. Now, to me, it sort of, comes as human ecology, of what you want to say. And then you come to the very large field of eco-nemesis, which is, I think, of a very current importance. We're looking at climate change and how drastically the world around us is changing and falling apart because of ruthless treatment of nature by human beings. So very beautifully you come and sum up your paper on a moral note, and looking at the responsibility of us humans towards what we are doing to nature and how we are carving out our own uh, death through whatever we are doing to our mother nature. So it was a wonderful paper to me, and I didn't find a point to criticize, but nevertheless I throw the house open for any observation and queries from our participants. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your appreciation. Thank you.
Dr. Sunila, if I may just intervene for a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
So first of all, thank you for the opportunity for giving to us. And Sherina, I think, very well presented the paper. So we were trying to make Emily Dickinson relevant for the contemporary times, because when she first suggested that we will present on somebody like Emily Dickinson, I was wondering how she would be able to relate. But then by bringing in ideas like eco-nemesis, ideas like psychic reterritorialization, these are becoming relevant in today's eco-critical research context, and that is why we kind of combined these ideas and she was able to read through. I hope the audience here found it interesting. So thank you again for your observations.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Absolutely nice, and congratulations to the team here. It was a wonderful paper, and of course there are possibilities of going further into the various fields of eco-criticism. Nowadays it's academicians and researchers, they bring out this into the open and for discussions and debates, and finally turning back to our roots. Now having gone through these presentations, we are still left with our other presenters, and I wonder if they have joined us. Where we still haven't got our first presenter of today, which is Miss Sunita Devi, Assistant Professor of English from Nagrota, Bagwan. So once again, I would like to invite her if she's around.
Yes, good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, Sunita Devi, yes, you are audible. And yes, we were waiting for you. You may start your presentation right away.
Actually, I have joined in the other group, ma'am, so I found it, and recently I joined here.
Doesn't matter. We have gone ahead with the rest of the presenters and we still have time for you. So your title of your paper is Gender and Indian Spaces. You can start right away.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you all. And my paper for the presentation is Gender and Indian Spaces, a reading concerning the dichotomy of gender roles. Whereas we know that Indian English writing, dating from first decade of 20th century, is not only talking about India's struggle for independence and its aftermath, but also about the socio-cultural practices prevalent in contemporary India. It is through novelists like Anita Desai, Kamla Markandeya, Sashi Deshpande, Mulk Raj Anand, and R.K. Narayan. Krishna Sen in her book, as there has been mentioned, that had significant influence in the position of women in modern India, the perception of women as objects of veneration and...
Sunita ma'am, I'm interrupting. Can you please repeat your two sentences, previous sentences? There was some problem with the
Okay, actually, ma'am,
your voice.
I belong to Himachal Pradesh, and these days the
It's
season is
okay.
very...
Yes, yes, I know. We are all torn. I'm also from Himachal. We are all torn due to the floods. But nevertheless, can you please repeat your two previous sentences?
Okay, so it is through novelists like Anita Desai, Kamla Markandeya, Sashi Deshpande, Mulk Raj Anand, and R.K. Narayan, we get to know about the subordination of women in colonial era and suppression of their instincts as observed by Krishna Sen in her book. So there is reference from the book of Krishna Sen, in which had significant influence in the position of women in modern India. The perception of women as objects of veneration and oppression in equal measure of their caste, class, and position has been crucially examined in these three texts, namely Mahesh Dattani's Tara, Anita Desai's Clear Light of the Day, and Mulkaraj Anand's Untouchable, as discussed in this presentation. So, Mulkaraj Anand's realistic novel Untouchable, published in 1935, talks about the predicament of the millions of untouchables who are at the lowest ladder of the caste-ridden Hindu society. Bakha, the protagonist of the novel, is treated as an outcast from the very beginning, who is forced to live in a life of an untouchable as his predicament for being a sweeper. At the very onset of the novel, we see that how his touch becomes so malignant to an upper caste Hindu that he calls out, "Why don't you call, you swine, and announce your approach? Do you know you have touched me and defiled me, cock-eyed son of paw-legged scorpion?" So Sohini, who is the sister of Baka in the novel, is not thin but full bodied within the limits of her graceful frame, well rounded on the hips, with an arched, narrow waist from which descended the folds of her trousers, and above which were full, round, globular breasts, jerking slightly for lack of body under her transparent Muslim shirt. So Sohini, who falls prey to the lascivious nature of Pandit Kalinath, who molests and disgraces her cunningly by doing the favor of pouring water from the pitcher to the grief-stricken Sohini. The cunning priest commands her to clean the courtyard of the temple, and it is at this conjuncture the priest sexually molests her by holding her breast, and as the crowd gathers, he slyly calls out, "Polluted, polluted, polluted." But it is Baka who heard the real story, and agitated by the incident, he even runs blindly to kill the priest. But for the fate of being an untouchable, he sighs with despair. "Oh God, why was she born? Why was she born?" So in Anand's novel, it is plight of Sohani that brings the cry of the millions of untouchable women in India who were being denigrated to the position of a sub Spivak observes, it is rather that both as object of colonialist historiography as a subject of insurgency, the ideological construction of gender keeps the male dominant. If in the context of colonial production, the subaltern has no history and cannot speak, the subaltern as female is even more deeply in shadow. Mulk Rachanan's novel Untouchable explores not only about the class and gender prejudices, but he talks about the liberation of minds and bodies. As he says, Untouchable was, in its sources, a ballad born of the freedom I had tried to win against the age old lie of the Hindus. So, the next novelist, Anita Desai, the most celebrated contemporary Indian woman novelist in most of her novels, talks about the issues of femininity and how woman has been subjugated to the position of other. So in the clear light of the day, she talks about the passage of time that flows from the partition of India to post-independence era. As Desai talks about the characters of the novel, she brilliantly weaves the memories of her characters to their self-identification and individual consciousness. As Shyam M. Asani notes that Desai is not interested in social or political probing, the outer, whether the physical geography or the visible action. Her forte is the exploration of the interior world, plunging into limitless depths of mind and bringing into relief the hidden contours of human psyche. Tara and Bim presents a deep, intricate, complex relationship which brings two different notions of Indian womanhood within a gender-constrained patriarchal discourse. And this novel flower to show how patriarchal discourse runs in bringing out their conditioned existence. Bim, the elder of the two, belonging to the Das family, has a very nurturing nature from a very prematuring age, who mothered the needs of the family with utmost patience and care. But it was difficult for a woman like Bim to celebrate the celibacy in Indian society. As Dr. Biswas points out, now I understand why you don't wish to marry. You have dedicated your life to others, to your sick brother and your aged aunt and your little brother, who will be dependent on you all his life. So you have sacrificed your own life for them. Tara, however, looked for an escapade from the childhood as her mother's death tormented her, and the sick, feverish atmosphere of the house choked her existence. So she sought for an alternative reality for marrying Buckle, which ultimately tires her at the end. As the Sai comments, she felt she had followed him enough. It had been such as enormous strain, always pushing against her grain. It had drained her of too much strength. Now she would only collapse, inevitably collapse. So Meera Mossi, on the other hand, also suffers inextricably in the harness of marriage, while she was barely 12 years old when she was married and was a virgin. When she was widowed, and even when her husband died in England due to rain, it was her fortune to be blamed, and she was clearly subjected to inhuman torture in the hands of in laws, and she was expelled at the end of being a burden, as the Sai writes. She stayed with them so long that she boring. They suspected her of being a parasite. It was time she was turned out. She was turned out. Another household could find some use of her. Cracked pot, torn rag, picked bun. So it is important to remember here that how women are sought after the reality of marriage, and how marriage as a crucial entity of female life dooms and destroys the female existence as coming to the Mahesh Dattani's Tara, along with bravely fought the queen and danced like a man. It traces about the gendered prejudices and social cultural biases towards the females of the society. In Dance Like a Man, we see how Jairaj is being continuously challenged both inside and outside the home for continuing dance as a passion. It is important to note here that how gender is culturally constructed as a set of rituals and practices. As Judith Butler says in Gender Trouble, there is no gender identity behind the expression of gender. Gender is performatively constituted by the very expression that are said to be its results. The Tani's Tara, which opens like two lips and one body in one comfortable warm, immediately gives us the indication of a Siamese twin who is being separated at birth with the help of a complicated surgery. So as the play proceeds through number of revelations, we understand that how gender plays an important role in determining the fates of Chandan and Tara. As Bharti, the mother of two, opines about Tara, let her get older. Yes, Chandan, the planet will tolerate you, the planet will accept you, but not her. So Patel, who is the father of the twins, is preoccupied now with his son's career rather than his daughter's, and he believes that his son's attendance in the college is more important than daughters. And he got vehemently angered when he saw his son helping his mother in sewing, and immediately to stop the act he calls out, what you can think of turning him into a sissy or teaching him to knit. The Tani here essentially emphasizes on the ideological gender roles that society imposes on us, and stifles the individual existence with gloom and burden of social consciousness. As Tara, who was capable of living her life with youth and vivacity, has been denied one leg right from her birth, as it is believed that females have subjugated roles in society. In this regard, Mahesh Dattani opines in an interview to Irene B. Me that the play is about the male denying the female, and how cultural construct of gender favors the male. Whether it is biological woman or biological man, the favor is on the male. So I think it is to do with coming to terms with one's own self in terms of feminine in the self. Thus, Indian English fiction accounts for the varied perspectives on gender issues, whether gender acts as a predominating factor in leading the lives of the individuals and building self-consciousness, be it Tara or be it Bim or be it Sohini. So their life is regulated by the patrilineal, patriarchal, male-dominated society, where body acts as a uh, facticity rather than contingency, and thus women do not choose to exist, and their bodies became their embodiment. Thus, the relationship between women and men concerns the Hegelian dialectic of master slave relationship, where women exist as absolute other. So, this is all about my topic for the day. Thank you. Thank you for tolerating me. Thank you all.
Uh, so, Sunita, I congratulate you. This is the topic gender and Indian spaces, which had a wide spectrum of possibilities, how to take it and how to deal with it. You have dealt with it of three literary texts from Indian writing in English. Namely, the first one is Mulk Rajanand's Untouchable. The second one, The Clear Light of the Day. And the third one is Mahesh Dattani's Play Dance Like a Man. Because these three texts actually take up the subaltern or the other feminine part of our society in a very different way, because in the first literary text, we talk about Sohini, and she is an untouchable woman. Space where where there is social the other, the caste as well. She's poor, she's low caste. So this adds to the experiential trauma of this woman. And the second one, Clear Light of the Day, Anita Desai takes up, women from the aware section of the other, and she contrasts it with this Mossy, who a very conventional example. And then the third one, Dance Like a Man, treats us to a beautiful understanding and exploration of the journey of woman. And by the end of your paper, you establish that it is the body which chooses the destiny in our society. So if you have a woman's body, your destiny will be absolutely different, with Patel taking care of the career of his son and not bothering about these writers somewhere also, rather, after the colonial part, the modern writers who are talking about feminism, they're also, looking at women who are becoming aware of the sexuality, women who are exploring things to do. So, I think you have a possibility of, again, looking at what is happening to the ecofeminism out here somewhere. The objectification is turning out now to the awareness of our gender. The point that we are talking, about this issue gives us a vantage point from where we can see things are changing also, and we end up on a positive note. So, and I again ask the house, if anyone wants to observe anything about the paper, please come on and join us.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now that when I look at the rest of the panelists, we are still left with the two members of the panel, and I request the admins to kindly guide us as to should we wait, or I think we are also running out of time, and we are still left with the panelist number 2 and panelist number 4. Panelist number 2 is Wahid Khalil Hashim, and 4 is Mr. Ranga R. And when I look at this portal where I can see the participants, I don't see the names figuring out here, and I think I would ask the house and our respected admins to kindly lead us to what should be done now.
Ma'am, we are unable to find both the presenters, so I am like to invite Asar to present the paper for 5 minutes.
Yes, we have a member from another room who asked.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. My name is Azhar alias
We
Kodayer.
still have to-
Ma'am, Asar belongs to this room, but he had logged into the other room. He belongs to the first panel.
So, sir, what do we do? Should we allow Azhar sir to come and present his paper here?
Yes, ma'am. Within 5 minutes, he shall complete the presentation.
So I request, sir, that you immediately start with your presentation and we quickly sum up the session after your
Okay,
presentation.
ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Okay. Thank you very much. I'll
Over to
be
you, sir.
short,
Yeah.
actually, yes. My my title actually entitled as The Concept of Marginalization in the Blue Between Sky and Water. It is a novel by Susanna Bulhawa. I'm a PhD student at Gujarat University, guided by Prof. Nutan Kotak. I'll go to the abstract because I know there is no time. Abstract, the research paper attempts to examine the impact of marginalization on the character of Noor. Who is Noor? Noor actually is the main character of Susanna Bulhawa's novel, The Blue Between Sky and Water. The problem of Noor actually lies in her inability to accept marginalization. The problem wasn't a mere coincidence or because of a specific events, but due to the factors that affected her by confronting several events within the story. Noor is considered as a model for the suffering of Palestinian girls in the diaspora in particular and Arabs in general. The research actually attempts to shed light on this contemporary problem and display the marginalization that clearly affects the personality of the Arab individual in the diaspora. The research actually aims to open new horizons in order to encourage writing on such a topic because it contains an important message to explain what the Arab face in the diaspora. The writer's attempt to present the problem in her novel truly kind of reflects the problem that still exists to the present time. If I go to inside the novel, actually, The Blue Between Sky and Water is about four generations of powerful kind of women in the city of Gaza. The women are strong, passionate, and they kind of put all the family first, and they aren't afraid of make sacrifices to protect their own families. The novel about the suffering of Al-Bakri family who lived in Palestine, but after the war, they are forced to go and leave the homeland, and the family is scattered. Some kind of remain in the camp, and some left to the US. The novel actually about a strong woman, and when actually I say strong, I not mean they are kind of rich, beautiful, or educated women, but I meant that kind of woman who can carries everything on her shoulder. We can see her suffering, but we know that she's going to pass it. She's going to move it. All the book actually shows us the characters who have lost everything actually, but they they are able to build and build again and again. Our protagonist Noor is not an exception of this truth. She suffers a lot in her life. She has an internal conflict, either to accept her new identity, a new culture, or she has to remain in her old culture and identity. The problem is, in these two cases, she will suffer from marginalization. How is that? I will prove it. First, the character of Noor, when she was in the US, they treated as an Arab American, as a girl, came from another place, another culture. And when she goes back to her homeland, I mean, we have the same problem. They treated her actually also as an American girl who came again from a new life, a new culture, a new, I can say, land also. Then that's why the problem of marginalization affected on her personality. But as she was a strong girl, she couldn't accept that and creates her new identity and a new personality. And that's all I have. And if you have any question, I know it's too short, but actually I have to conclude everything.
Well, Azharji, I congratulate you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Having to close our panel discussion with your topic, Of course, it is a coincidence that you are here, but just before your presentation, we have had a wonderful presentation talking about feminism and talking about gender marginalization, which was dealing about Indian space. Now you have brought a new perspective to that feminism and discussion on the gender bias in India. No, so we can also see that it is not just in India. You have added that to us with this character woman. So of course
Yeah.
you are dealing with the diaspora and you're dealing with the dilemma of belonging to two cultures and how to find and create a new space in a new culture. But to me, you have also given a perspective of a woman. It's not a man. So it's a woman's struggle that you have narrated to us. The otherness, the subalternness, or the marginalization, somewhere, the news example comes out as a dilemma where she's another in a new culture, at the same time she's in another in her own culture. So the otherness, that sentiment is universal. Maybe it may take a shape of a caste or color or creed or religion or even nation, or but at the same time this otherness is a human, I think, a human in the human civilization, or in the seed of human genesis. So as long keep building boundaries, we will keep making hierarchies, because that survival of the fittest makes it so politicized in every field of our human life. So your I'm sure your research will be, or your paper will be very interesting if we went into the details of it, but because of the shortage of time, I think
Yeah, yeah, ma'am.
we will have to do with this short presentation. But in all the four presentations of today's panel somewhere had a deeper link. They seem connected, where we are looking at the humanness, and how the human ecology or the nature or whatever we are, our existence is the existence of the nature and humanness. So I congratulate each and every participant here. We are really enriched by your and your research work, your ponderings, and whatever you have brought out here. We're really enriched. And again, thank the organizers for organizing this very rich panel of discussions in this session. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, very much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your wonderful views and suggestions. Now let us move on to the next session.
Thank you.
Now I like to invite Dr. Shima Malputra, Associate Professor in English, Government College of Parade, Jammu and Kashmir, India. Now the session is yours, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I am very grateful to the organizers for giving me an opportunity to chair the technical session of this afternoon. I also congratulate Cape Comorin Trust for organizing this international conference on language, literature, and humanity in collaboration with DTC Rajpura Pulwama College. Thank you so much. So I think we must start this technical session. And we have 5 participants in this technical session. And the first is Ms. Radhika, along with Dr. Chandrasekhar. And they are going to speak on the origin and development of American detective fiction. So let us start, I think.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Radhika Engalgi, Research Scholar, Department of English, Karnataka University, Dava. My title of the paper is Origin and Development of American Detective Fiction. In detective fiction, the most important and a common question is raised is about a detective. What is the detective fiction? It is a work of fiction in which a detective, either a professional or an unmatured, investigates or solve a crime or a crime series of a mystery. These fictions often feature a single series of a crime, and mystery where the detective must solve. The central plot typically revolves around the detective efforts to uncover a clues, gather evidence, and identify suspects in order to solve a case. Detective fiction is one of the most popular literary genre since from century. But where did the genre come from? Why did a mystery and suspense crime fiction became such a huge part of detective genre evolved in last 200 years? Because detective fiction is a subgenre of crime fiction and a mystery fiction. Unlike crime novels and mystery novels, concern themselves less with the struggle between good and evil and more with the question of who committed a particular crime. While crime writers often reveal their evil villainy early in the story, whereas mystery and detective writers devote most of their real estate to cracking unsolved cases. With a good example, I would like to quote in the book from Aspects of a Novel from E.M. Foster's. The king died and then the queen died is a story. The king died and then the queen died of a grief is a plot. The queen died, no one knew why until it was discovered that it was a grief at the death of a king. This is a plot in the mystery in it. To this, I would add everyone thought that the queen had died of a grief until they discovered the mark in her throat. What that is a murder mystery. So, novel which enshrines a mystery, often involving a crime, and which provide the satisfaction of an ultimate solution. Thus, crime, mystery, suspense are interlinked to each other. This genre is popular because people are fascinated by human behavior and it drag reader attention by its nature like puzzle to solve, crime to investigate and mystery to unravel. Detective fiction can be traced back to the 1800 around the time of industrial revolution. In one hand, their industrials were establishing in huge ratio. On in the other hand, technology was developed and there was improvement in the production, transportation, and farming was also etc. Before this time, most of the people lived in smaller towns and worked in closer circle. So people knew everyone, but with the rise of industrial jobs and the industrialization, became people to move from city with the town and to lead with the interaction with most strangers on daily basis heightened the sense of a crime. This process of urbanization we may call became a reason for rise in a crime. So, as respond to this, police forces were established. The London Police Force came to be in 1829. Special Crime Investigation Department was also established in year 1842. New York City got its police force in 1845. By 1890s, police force became one of the important factor to fight against a crime. Thus, this created a writer's interest in it. Crime started to grow in real world as well as in a real world. It was right time for detective genre to flourish. The first modern detective story is often thought to be Edgar Allan Poe's The Murder in the Rue Morgue, a short story published in 1841 that introduced the world to a private detective, Auguste Dupin. In fact, detective fiction was so new when Dupin entered the literary world that the word detective hadn't even been used in English before. The first detective novel followed soon with the British author Vicky Collins' The Moonstone, 1868. It is the normally celebrated as the first detective novel. The story was first realized in a Charles Dickinson journal all the year around in 1868, but it was released as a complete novel in 1867. This novel is a significant not just because it's the detective novel but also because it established many of the classical tropes and attributed of the detective fiction. The detective character who really shaped the way we see literature today in detective genre is uh, someone like famously known as Sherlock Holmes. He is one of the popular detective character in fiction ever. Holmes was inspired in part on a poet detective Dufin, but he was also based on a real man known as Dr. Joseph Bell. Bell was a surgeon and his friend and lecturer at the University of Edinburgh. Dole has said he modeled Holmes' quick wit and intelligence of a bell, the first Sherlock Holmes novel and short story until around 1927. When it comes to 1920 and 1939, known as the golden age of detective fiction, and the queen of this age was Agatha Christie. During her lifetime, she has written 66 detective novels and 44 short story collection. Her novel remained one of the best selling books of all the time, and has of 2018 the Guinness World Record listed Christie as the best selling fiction writer of all the time. Christie is responsible for creating not one but two of the most famous detective in literary history. The her detectives are Hercule Poirot and Miss Marple. These detective characters remain highly influential to contemporary crime fiction writers. Earlier, we can see more jigsaw detective stories reader have to solve. What is the jigsaw detective stories? It means the reader have to solve puzzle along with the detective. But some American writers began to examine and reconsider the formula for detective fiction. Many people started to think classical jigsaw puzzle solving crime fiction is too unrealistic and too theoretical. Thus, the hard-boiled detective genre was born. These stories were dealing with the corrupt co-op and organized crime. After a World War II, detective fiction tackled with the new issues like study of criminal psychology. Examples like serial killer were introduced. Forensic science were established. DNA analyzation and computer analyzation were started. This analyzation helped to us solve puzzles in solving cases. In fact, scientists and computer became a new heroes in the field of detective fiction. While hardboiled detective fiction emerged in 1920, the detective genre really took off in America in 1930 to 1950s. One of the most popular hardboiled detective novel from this period is Raymond Chandler, The Big Sleep, the novel that introduced the reader to the detective fiction. Philip Marlowe. This character would go on to the future in many Chandler short stories and novels, and you will find many films adaptation featuring this hardboiled detective as well. This path created by these great luminaries led to the progress in literary world. Detective fiction was created by many male as well as female detective writers. A variety of detective fiction is written today that are as follows: hardboiled crime fiction, police procedural, thriller crime fiction, locked room crime fiction, country house crime fiction, cozy mystery fiction, woodnut mystery fiction. Woodnut is like who did who who did it. Serial killer mystery fiction, the puzzle mystery fictions, etc. In 1980s, the detective genre became more dominated by American female writers, especially Suvi Grafton, Marcia Muller, and Sarah Paratsky. These writers were regarded as the greatest female detective writers, and they are regarded as the three sisters, though they are not sisters by blood, just because of one common thing which they have employed in their fiction is they have changed the scenario of detective fiction by introducing the female eye in the crime field. These female writers, crime writers, challenged the male writers and
Madam,
detectives.
kindly sum up.
Okay, and even became successful by making the female detective breaking the stereotypical barriers. Detective novels remain popular today due to their ability to capture readers' imagination with thrilling plots, engraving character, and clearing the mystery. Additionally, the genre has continued to evolve the variety of producing new subgenres and adopting to new forms of media such as television and films. For instance, we can give an example of Lady Sherlock Holmes. And I really is a greater time to be a mystery reader. Thank you.
I request all the participants please adhere to the time limit so that the this conference would go successfully. And congratulate Ms. Ratika. Your ideas were very clear and to the point regarding the topic of this origin and development of American detective fiction.
Yeah,
And
ma'am.
I think there were scatterings of crime fiction in older literature, but the
Popularity gained steam in Europe after the Industrial Revolution, as you
Yeah,
talked
yeah,
about
ma'am.
this one. When people moved to the cities and they
Yeah,
were very much attracted towards the stranger, and
yeah,
then there
ma'am.
is a rise in the crime. Okay,
Yeah, yeah, ma'am.
there was this one interlink between the crime, mystery, and suspense. Very interesting topic. And you also focused on examples also and talked about the detective characters, about the male writers, about the female writers. Thank you so much. Now I
Thank
leave
you,
the
ma'am.
house for any query or observation, please. Any query or observation? No. Now the next participant is Miss Ramya S. and Dr. Shobha K.N., PhD
Thank
research
you.
scholar. Miss Ramya S. and Dr. Shobha K.N.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just trying to present my PPT here.
Okay, okay.
One minute. Ma'am, is my PPT
Yes,
is
yes,
visible?
yes, it is visible. Yes, it is visible. Okay, continue now.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon to everyone present here. Myself, Ramya. I'm a PhD research scholar from Anna University, and I'm also presenting on behalf of Dr. Shobha, who is my research supervisor, associate professor from NITTTR, Chennai. My paper is on about exploring feminist perspective in select crime fiction, a study of born digital literature. So the topics I'll be discussing is I've just listed here because of the time constraints. I'm trying to just highlight the important points. First, in before getting into the analysis part, uh, let me give a brief introduction about what is electronic literature. Electronic literature is an umbrella term which is used to describe different literary practices which involves computational, multimedia, and network properties that includes the works of narrative and poetic nature. Adam Ament, he differentiates between digitized literature and born digital literature in his work Literature in the Digital Age, an introduction which was published in 2016. The difference is digitized literature is first it is produced as a in a print form and published in a print form. Later, it is digitized or archived in digital medium. Born digital literature is which is produced, published, and consumed in digital medium. Of course, however, there is a fluidity in the medium where the digitized work can be published in print when if it is received well by the readers. And electronic literature is also an interdisciplinary nexus of literature, includes creative writing, communication, computer science, art, and design. This field has developed a digital research infrastructure which includes digital anthologies, online journals, and research database. Moving on to the next slide, it is about born digital literature. This born digital literature, it includes hypertext genre of text-based narrative, and it promotes multilinear reading path. Born digital literature, it explores and exploits the feature of new authoring software packages, enabling the production of multimodal and interactive aesthetics. It also depends on the machine for its aesthetic effects, and it emerges through a series of translation across machine codes, platform, and network. It grows out of technologies, subjectivities, and poetics. There is an Jack Landon in his work published in 1913. He refers to George Beneshaw's description about publishing houses, how he described as commercial rascality and artistic touchiness and pettishness. And in born digital literature, we can see the absence of the interference of publishing house, and there is also a lack of intermediate parasite. that is the gatekeepers, which where the books are published mostly for the sake of monetary value. So before getting into the actual text, it is very important to discuss about digital natives. Here, digital natives, according to Palfrey and Gazer, he says that they say that uh, generation which were born after 1980 during the uprising of digital technology are called as digital natives. They are one who are aware and have the access and can afford the digital technology. When there is an use and influence of digital medium, you can also see there is a loss of print culture, and there is a difference between there is a line that gets blurred between the digital identity and the real space identity. Here the digital natives can be grouped in based on some common practices, the time they invest in using technology, the usage, how they multitask, how they express themselves, and how they mediate through the digital technologies, and to acquire and use the knowledge which they acquired through the digital technology. And as we continue, they are tremendously, I'm talking about the digital natives, the generation where they use more technology. So they are tremendously creative and expressing through digital medium. They have the control over the cultural environment, and they have created a parallel world, they in the sense including myself. So those digital natives have created a parallel world, second life. And the digital native authors, they're aware of, they have the these are the criteria they come together. They are aware of the regional and local customs, the habits and values of the local culture, social, economic context, and local laws. They use the opportunities that is provided by the digital technology, the same opportunity to address the challenges using the technology. As we go deeper into the paper, the article, we can see about digital modernism where they use the technology as a new forms of expression. And here digital modernism, it employs the media and to reform and refashion the older literary practice. It connects the it acts as a connecting point between the literary and media studies. As it lays the ground for the new multimedia techniques for close reading, and it also gives the privilege of newness. And the recent trend in e-lit makes it new in ways that makes the old visible tradition, the tradition of making it new, and it refreshes our sense of literary history. Crime fiction, I really thank Ms. Radhika for giving me a background, the previous presenter about crime fiction. And just to add on to the points of which she already shared in her presentation, I would like to say Ashwin Sangai's comment on what is crime fiction. While writing is an art, crime writing is a craft. I've listed few writers, regional crime fiction writers here. The second point we can see Ambai and Madhumita Bhattacharya, who have used female protagonists. But despite there is increase in Indian crime novels, there is also the readership hasn't increased much. And the R Shivapriya, the executive editor of Juggernaut, has mentioned that crime novels is not as equally successful as mythological and chick-lit novels in India. The Swagat Sengupta, chief executive officer of Oxford Bookstore, also has commented that in India, the romance and mythological novels been very successful in compared to the crime novels. And Diankar Azura, the Pan Macmillan India executive officer, has commented that only two crime writers, Ashwin Sangai and Satyajit Ray, have got the place in top 20 writers by Nielsen Bookscan. And here, when I focus on the women's representation in crime novels, mostly the appearances are almost completely determined by how men perceive them. Men are usually independent and intelligent. Women are only good for being subordinates and wife or looking pretty. Or else, of course, we can see there are some exceptionals, as the previous presenter said. Women detectives are there, but they reflect how men portray them. They have the same quality, the masculine quality, as the other crime fictions are. And the digital representation, the advent of these technologies has transformed the society and influenced the cultural narratives. The change in these technological innovations has affected the themes, representation, and so on. The important question is the violence against women is very regional, but however, the same violence is used in crime fiction as a murder pawn, where to increase the excitement of the crime fiction. The question here is, can digital transmedia enable crime writing to challenge predatory viewpoints and express lesser heard voice? So this is the work I have selected, That Fated Evening, which was published in 2020 by Sarvamitra, Kindle Direct Publishing. The analysis is, it's a very short story. It's a very small story of Nandini, who she tries to help her friend Ajay, who's been accused of murdering his wife. And she's in a photographer. She's not a professional. She's just a travel photojournalist. And finally, she reveals that the neighbor is the one who have murdered Shilpa, just to hide her case from hit and run. So it's a very simple story, but we can see the differences between an hard-boiled detective. This is also a woodnet. So we can see the difference between an hard-boiled detective and Nandini's character in the select fiction. It creates a new digital culture. We can see the focus is more on the intellectual representation and the reverse end roles, and as well as the depiction of femininity. So here I have just pointed out few similarities. It has borrowed some features of Okay, sir, sorry. So these are the similarities, and in the next one we can see the differences. Change of socio-cultural perspectives, choice of profession, Indianness, that is being an Indian, the culture, social and spiritual aspect, unsuitable job for a woman, but she's not as a professional, and how the intellectual capability of a common woman is represented. She's depicted as independent woman, and the physical appearance is complemented. Of course, a post-feminist perspective is also included. Empowerment, persistent feminine beauty and subjectivity, which is not shown in hard-boiled detective fiction. The conclusion is digital environment, or as in this case digital medium, is can be viewed as a fertile ground where different can give rise to different feminist representation. Thank you all.
Okay, congratulate Miss Ramya as, and your paper is based on different observations. Very interesting paper, and you talked about electronic literature, creative writing, communication. I think at this present time we are also talking about the skill-oriented programs also. Okay, and born digital. Literature, digital natives, technology, modernism, and I think loss of print culture is there. With the coming of the more technology, it is digital oriented now. And when you talk about the women representations in the crime novels or the violence against the fiction, we used to read many fictions, many writings, but I think there's a need of the emergence of the new woman in this present era. Okay, again,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you and
Yes,
congratulate.
thank you,
And
ma'am.
now the next speaker is, I think, participant Mrs. Sarvat Unisa, and along with Dr. C.S. Senthil,
Good
PhD research
afternoon, ma'am.
scholar.
Good afternoon to all the panel members. Hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible. Continue.
Yes. I'm Mrs. Sarvatanisa, PhD research scholar from the Madurai Kamaraj University, and I'm here to representing Dr. C.S. Sendil, my guide for my PhD. And my title goes on like this: Interpreting Women, a Quintessence of Trauma in the Select Modern Indian English Novels. Our country, India, is known for worshipping women as goddesses. It is not only in myth or classics we consider women as worthy to be worshipped, but also during Navratri and other auspicious occasions, women are considered as Devi. The above mentioned statements are applicable only for 40% of Indian women, but the rest of women in India are still suffering from female infanticide, gender bias, female illiteracy, gang rape, sexual assault, molestations, etc. And it is also evident that most of the women are victimized. Even in novels, any woman character plays the role of a victim. And this paper will focus on the traumatic experiences undergone by women in modern Indian English novels titled The Sari Shop, written by Rupa Bajwa, and Disorderly Women by Malati Rao. Woman, the word itself has a connotation, man, which can be construed that man is born from a woman. Woman is a standard feminine parallel to man. The Supreme Being has granted women a priceless reward of playing the role of a mother, daughter, wife, and sister, which is why they are considered to be immaculate. And Daniel Child has quoted, I quote, "A woman is the full circle. Within hers is the power to create, nurture, and transform." I unquote. He rightly says that women are priceless gifts. Without her existence, the world would have been blank. She creates, nurtures, and transforms lives. She carries a life in a womb and gives birth to that life, though she has to undergo many impediments during the maternity tenure. That is the reason behind her status in the world is considered as bizarre. And women are pioneers in sculpting values within their family and society. Now, we will discuss about the traumatic experience underwent by the female characters in the novel Sari Shop and Disorderly Women. And both the novelists are the Sahitya Academy awardees. Rupa Bajwa is an Indian writer who lives and works in Amritsar. And this is her first debut novel. And she's won the Orange Prize for Fiction too. And the story goes like this: Ramchand, as a boy, as an orphaned boy, and who works in Sevak Sari house. And there he meets a couple of people, and he discovers his own colleague beating his wife Kamla. The woman was poorly treated for much of her life, and his poverty and oppression has left her drunk, and she was mentally unstable. And Bajwa also tells us about uh, how she was a prey to domestic violence, and such an animosity towards the other sex is surely traumatic. And as Kamla could not share her plight with others, she becomes a victim to depression, making the miserable situation even more worse. The viciousness of policemen was unbelievable. Rupa Bajwa exposes the policemen as the lawmakers, as lawbreakers. And normally, anything happens to a common man, we approach the police station. But when Kamla approached, she was raped by the policemen when she went to lodge a complaint. And in India, 90% of the rape victims are from the vernacular background. If Kamla would have been from a rich family or supported by her husband, the treatment method towards her would have been special. As adding fuel to the fire above all these things, the worst anguish was her miscarriage. Rupa Bajwa shows the heartlessness of the masculine gender towards the feminine gender in her novel. And the next novel that we are going to deal is or discuss is Malati Rao. And Malati Rao's novel, The Disorderly Women. And this novel tells us about how the women are treated in a family where it is a happy family, but the male has the dominant role towards women. Now, life of Rukmini is the perfect example of that. Being a stringent father, saying his 10-year-old careless daughter, Gurumurti, eldest his wife, what kind of a daughter-in-law will she make when she gets married tomorrow or the day after? With this interrogative statement, Malati Rao makes the modern reader to probe over the belittle mentality of a father who wants to shun out the responsibility of a father by getting his little girl married. And in India, marriage is a sacred practice in which two people enter into a relationship and make it public, official, and permanent. It is the amalgamation of two souls in a bond until death. Um, but Rukmini's age was no way matching to get into this marital bliss. Right from her childhood, she was taught, or in every girl's mind it has been imbibed, that a husband is the avatar of God and he has to be respected, whatever treatment he's going to met out on the girl. If this is the case of Rukmini, there is at another plight of Venkubai, and she's a wife of Mr. Rao, another male chauvinist. His treatment towards his wife and children is more sympathizing. Um, Now, with such a ramification and the hard work um, is rendered upon the female of the family, female members of the family, and as quoted by Virginia Woolf, if you are losing your leisure, look out. It may be you are losing your soul. You're losing your soul. A woman loses her identity after marriage. If it doesn't stop with that, but even more worsens as years pass by. And as the novelist Jane Austen in her novel Pride and Prejudice writes, till this moment, I never knew myself. Losing one's identity, tolerating domestic violence, and doing all the household chores in husband's home, such women can be categorized as epitome of patience. And for the male chauvinist, the body of woman is just a mere object of desire. Unlike Venkubai, Rukmani also had to accept marital bliss at a very early age. And as quoted in Tirukural by Thiruvalluvar, if love and virtue in the household reign, this is the life, the perfect grace and gain. The above mentioned couplet states that the married life should possess love and virtue, not the domestic violence or only the work meted out or the traumatic experience of a woman. And here, as the times change, we see that the next generation refutes or refuses or scolds the other gender, that is the male gender. Why only women should work in the family? Ila, the daughter of Rukmani and Krishna Rao, a very bold and brave girl, hailing from the same family.
Madam,
belongs to
kindly
the,
sum up.
yes,
Please sum up. Please sum up.
yes. Belongs to the next generation. She's totally different from Brankubai, Rukmani, and Kamala. These ladies did not take stand of their own, but Ila spoke out boldly and safeguarding boldly to her brother and safeguarding their ancestral home. Ila puts all her efforts, and the scenario of subjugation is transformed. Now, in conclusion, I would like to say that the times are transforming and the role of women is getting a remarkable significance in all spheres and in all countries. Like we have female members like Mary Kom, Saina Nehwal, Sania Mirza, Kalpana Chawla, and Kiran Bedi, Mithali Raj are rocking in their own fields. And recently, day before yesterday, our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, lauded the role played by women in the smooth landing of Chandrayaan 3. More than 100 women played a direct and significant role in making Vikram's soft landing on the lunar South Pole possible. And with this, I would like to end up my talk. Thank you.
Mrs. Sarwar, it was a wonderful paper and beautifully you summed up your paper. And you are doing your research on a very good topic, and you talked about the domestic violence sufferings of women in the fictions, or women are victimized in the novels. And you are, if you will be interested to read the novels of this African literature also, you will come to know from reading the war novels like Never Again, you will come to know that even the barrenness and the miscarriage, they have been repeatedly have been presented by the female writers or the male writers in their novels. So very interesting topic this is. So I leave the house for any query or observation, please. Any query from any participant? So the next participant is Rajdeep Goha, PhD scholar from Lovely Professional University, along with Dr. Rita Arora.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. So basically, my paper is Resistance and Transformation, a study of Kiran Desai's the inheritance of loss. So what I've tried to do is, okay, so let me just try to present the paper. Just give me a second. Okay, is the PPT visible?
Yes, yes, it's visible,
Okay,
visible. Please continue.
okay, okay. Thank you, ma'am. So what I've tried to do in this paper is that I have tried to deal with a few themes that the novelist has dealt with in this in the inheritance of loss. And so the major topics or the major areas which the novel deals with is the major areas are so how the characters negotiate different spaces of marginalization. So we find different kinds of marginalization actually. So the paper analyzes the different kinds of marginalization, how the characters face marginalization in different countries, their factors, the factors that lead to their alienation, isolation, and marginalization, the factors that lead to their travel. So that is also very important because that indicates, that reflects the socio-political, the socio-economic condition of the contemporary times. The paper also examines how the interpersonal relationships change among the characters. So we find that the relationships change, the allegiance, the loyalty to the host country, to the home country, that change. So basically these are the major areas that the paper examines. So apart from that, we also find the role of memory and nostalgia that plays a very pivotal role in in giving a space of comfort, in giving in rendering a comfort zone to the characters who undergo this kind of alienation. And of course there is this conflict of cultures, different cultures, which that actually happens in any diaspora novel, or that happens in any novel that with migration. So since time is short, so I'll just try to, instead of reading out the paper, I'll just try to point the major areas that I have tried to examine in this paper. So the paper the plot of this novel is set against the backdrop of the Gorkhaland movement. So what is this Gorkhaland movement? This movement actually happened. So this was in the 1980s, although like the Gorkhaland movement is still active in today's age. But anyways, the novel basically focuses on the Gorkhaland movement, the first phase of the Gorkhaland movement that happened in the Darjeeling district of West Bengal. So it basically happened in the Darjeeling hill regions of West Bengal. The Gorkhas, who were the majoritarian community of that particular area, they demanded a separate state. So that was basically a statehood movement, and they kind of resisted against the state government of West Bengal. And in the 80s, the movement initially started as a peaceful one, but later it turned into a violent movement. So it can be considered as a resistance movement. It can be considered as an identity movement. Now this particular movement actually serves as some kind of it serves as a role in taking the plot forward. Now we find two parallel narratives in the novel. The first narrative basically is set in Kalimpong, which is very near to Darjeeling, and the second narrative is set in Manhattan. So in the first narrative, we find a character named Jemubhai Patel, who is a retired judge. Now this retired judge, what he does is he he's basically like he has retired from the judicial service, and now he lives a solitary, secluded life in Kalimpong. So in his childhood, so he was always impressed by the portrait of King Victoria. Now and now I'm quoting from the novel. What strikes him is the fact the fact that a woman so plain could also have been so powerful. So this is what he thinks of Queen Victoria. Now apart from that, so like after completing school, he thinks of going to England to pursue a degree in law. So his father sends him. He gets him married to a girl of the village, and the girl like provides a lot of dowry. And with that money, Jemubhai goes to England to pursue a career in law. Now, this the process of alienation actually starts right from the day when Jemu sets sail for England. So basically, like, and therein the conflict of cultures come into being. So we find that he resents bringing Indian food on the ship, packed by his mother. So the humble Indian meal actually kind of the Jemubhai feels that the food will actually give away Jemubhai's identity, and he will be considered as an alienated individual in that particular space. Now, and like basically he throws away the food in an attempt to identify himself with the other passengers so that the other passengers do not identify Jemubhai as an Indian. So when he reaches England, although he had thought that England would provide a society, a social space that promotes equality, that promotes an egalitarian society, but it was exactly the opposite. So Jemubhai was he faced racist attacks. He encountered racist comments. Everyone accused him of smelling like curry, and etc., etc. So all these marginalization, all these factors of marginalization, all these instances of marginalization actually had a very disastrous effect on the young Jemubhai. When he came back, the funny thing was the Indians, his fellow men, the men of his village, they also started considering him as someone different, because they felt that he is now, because he had a very different way of having his food. He had a very different way of looking at things. He had he had this habit of waking up and having tea, bed tea. So all these things, and in fact, in certain instances in the novel, we find that Jemubhai basically he is fond of pudding, which is essentially a food that is widely popular in Europe. So basically, he abandons his Indian culinary habits, and he tries to emulate the British people. So he becomes a brown sahib. So he is alienated by the British when he was in England. He is alienated when he returns to India and joins the judicial service. So he is kind of a in between kind of he lives an in between kind of an existence. So all these things actually and he even eats puris and sabjis with a fork and a knife. So that is kind of a very peculiar thing that Jemubhai practices, which obviously we Indians don't do. So all these things actually hint towards the fact that Jemubhai became an isolated, alienated individual. Now, coming to the second character that who migrates to the west is called Biju.
Kindly
So
conclude.
conclude now. Okay, fine. Just I'll take around 2-3 minutes. So Biju migrates to the US, and so his father works as a cook in Jemubhai's household, and he kind of travels extensively in the US, but he's exploited by his employers because he is there on forged papers, and naturally he is always on the run. The police is always after him. Now all these things, now coming to the findings, so all these things actually point towards the exploitation that these migrants face while they are working and they are living in the US. So this is one of the findings that that the novel highlights. So basically, I feel this is my assumption, or this is I mean what I feel is that Kiran Desai she critiques globalization, and the novel highlights that all is not well with globalization. So when we talk of globalization, the intermingling of cultures, there is also these instances of exploitation, of harassment that the migrants face. Apart from that, the novel also, talking of all these negative things, the ray of hope is interpersonal relationships. So when we come to the end of the novel, we find that Biju returns to Kalimpong to be reunited with his father. So Biju, when he comes back, the Gorkhaland insurgents rob him of all his belongings, and ultimately when Biju is reunited with his fathers, he is bereft of all his material possessions. So the father and son gets reunited, and naturally that is a triumph of family relationships. So the novel ends with possibilities, like all post-colonial, postmodern novels. The novel ends with possibilities, and these possibilities ultimately hint towards the fact that perhaps family is a unit that needs to be promoted, or else the conflict of cultures happen. And these globalizations I mean the fact that I mean there is a very clear indication that globalization can actually aggravate the condition of many people who have traveled, and they have been exploited by unscrupulous elements. So yeah, so basically these are the main findings of my paper.
We congratulate Mr. Rajdeep Guhaji. And you selected a very good work of Kiran Sai, The Inheritance of Laws, very famous work. And the objectives of your paper are very clear. You explained
Right.
very well about the all the objectives, like the how the characters negotiate spaces of marginalization, about the conflicts of culture, about the globalization. Everyone
Right.
is very clear to us. Thank you and congratulate. Any query or any observation from any participant, please? So next participant is Hussein Khadim along with Dr. Kavita Patel on the topic series of the Odes by John Keats. I think last participant of this session.
Good afternoon, gentes.
Good afternoon. This one.
My name is Hussein Kalam Zamil, Gujarati University, country Iraq. 1 minute.
Just take your
My
time.
title, Series of the Odes by John Keats. I can't upload my PowerPoint because the internet is very weak. The Romantic period was a time of great artist and literary exploration in the Western culture. It was a time when poets and write sought to explore the emotion and experience of the often in the high person uh, and sorry the writing is not clear. This paper will explore the romantic period poetry, its key characteristics, and the significance in literary history. The Romantic period is in a poetry was chant by surface in the future. Firstly, Romantic poets sought to explore the emotion and experience of the individual in highly personal and in a respective way that often focus on individual feelings of love, longing, and the loss and the source of the convey. These these emotion through vivid and powerful imagery, secondary romantic poets often draw of nature as a source in the inspiration and imagery. They saw nature as the reflection of the divine and south of explore its beauty and power in their poetry. They often used a natural image to convey emotion, stance, or the explore complex themes, such as the passage of time and the individuality of death. Thirdly, romantic poets often used symbolism and metaphors of the convey their ideas and the emotion. They saw poetry as a way of death. Significance of the romantic poetry. The romantic poetry is poetry was significant of several way. Firstly, it marks of departure or from the element emphasis on the reason and nationality and a move toward a more emotion and objective approach of the literary. Romantic poets sought to explore the inner life individual and convey the power of the emotion and imagery. Secondly, the romantic period is poetry. Sorry, and poetry was significance in this phrases on the individual and person experience. Romantic poets south of the convey their own inquire experience and emotion rather than adhering to the conversion of the south of literary. The Romantic period is a poetry was significance in the influence the later literary movements such as modernism and post drums of the Romantic emphasis on the objective. Now, history of the ode. Kids wrote these odes in the Romantic tradition, with the borrow having from the style of ancient Greek poets. The word odes comes from the Greek and means to sing of chant. A Greek doesn't wear usually formal in the nature and tongue. They wrote right sang of use sung in honor of the event or person, and their performance was often won by the cancer and the lark music. The ancient romantic poets also wrote odes, but they introduced the great degree of the sentiments in their verse as opposed to the more grammatical period sound found of the classic Greek odes. There are three types of the odes extant in the ancient Greek uh, ortician and
Sir,
the
kindly conclude
ignore.
your presentation.
Sorry, the voice is
Just
not clear.
Sir,
conclude,
kindly
just
conclude your
conclude the
presentation.
conclude the paper.
Okay. The ode of the sorry, the main ideas of the odes of the poet from that the pen is used since ancient time, and it is still popular from the poetry today. It is the type of lyric poem that often express lofty sometimes and the typical addresses of the specific person or thing. That main idea of the odes is it the express of strong emotions such as love, admiration, the serpents in the grants of the formed manner. The term ode comes from the Greek root ode, which means song in ancient Greek. The odes was the often communication by music of the dance, and was typically performed the religions of the culture events. The form was later developed by the Romantic, and it was used by poets such as Harens of the Avoid during the Romanticism, and odes was the repeated as the literary form, and it was used by poets such as John Donne and William Shakespeare. The Romantic poets in the 19th century, such as the John Keats and Percy Shelley, also used to ode as a form of the express their emotion ideas. The theme of the Odes of John Keats. John Keats is one of the most famous English poets of the Romantic area. He is known for his lyric poetry, which often explores themes of love, death, nature, and amority. Keats wrote the serious odes of the that is considered among the greatest work. These odes explore this theme in various ways, and such as distinct books. This easy will discuss the themes of amority, love, death, and the natural imagery in the odes of Jenkins. Amority, one of the iconic themes of the kids odes. Amority kids was that idea of the death and the feeling nature of life, and the sought to find ways of the transfer military thought that his poetry is to the night. Real kids explore that idea of the military thought, the birds and terrorism. Then I will talk about the love. Another theme of the permission of kids art is love. Keats was a romantic poet, and they often wrote about the love in this poem. Also, the kids write about the desire of the escape of the troubled life. Thought the Nigel's song he expressed the longing for the love and his desire by with the some who they comfort him similarly in the audio. That's all.
Okay,
Hello.
thank you, Hussein sir, for giving a good presentation. And you talked in detail about the John Keats' odes, about the romanticism, about the nature, about the history, about the significance of romantic poetry. Again, congratulate. And with this, I, Dr. Seema Malhotra, Associate Professor in English from Government College for Women, Parade, JNK, Jammu, conclude this technical session. I think in this, with these five participations, we come to know about the different aspects of the literature like feminism, detective literature, crime fiction, electronic literature. All the topics were very, very wonderful and very interesting. And I think all the participants took interest in listening the views of different participants. Again, thanks a lot. Thank you very much to the organizing team, and thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your wonderful presence with us. Now, next of all, move to the next technical session. I invite Dr. Ramanan Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Government College, Una, Hyderabad, Himachal Pradesh, India. The session is yours, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for the wonderful introduction you gave about me. Now I welcome all the participants in technical session 4 of conference room 2. First of all, I would like to invite the first participant in the list we have, that is Miss Satisha BM, who is a research scholar in Tumkur University, Karnataka, and the topic she'll be discoursing upon is Vasundhara Mohan Swami's an outlet for rural gay sensibility in Kannada literature. I invite Madam Satisha to kindly come and present her paper.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And I'm sorry that this is he, sir, not she. Okay, to clarify.
I'm so sorry. I apologize.
Yes, sir.
I
It's
invite
fantastic because according to the my research topic and my interest, it's fine to be called a he or she. It's completely fine, sir. Thank you for your invitation. And now I would like to continue with my paper. and I thank all the participants also and the organizers. My topic, sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir, you are very much audible. Please continue.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So I'm talking about Vasudendra. He is a Kannada writer, and he published a work called Mohanaswamy. It's a collection of short stories. He published it in the year 2013, when homosexuality was not yet decriminalized in India. It was decriminalized in 2018. And this Kannada writer, who had already written some 13 works, short stories and novels, finally decided to come out of the closet, and he narrated his sexual orientation in his work Mohanaswamy, which is a collection of short stories. So, and my emphasis here is to narrate how one work, one attempt at revealing one's sexuality can bring so many lives out of closet and can bring solace to how many hearts and souls. So my topic goes like this: Vasudendra's Mohanaswamy, an outlet for rural gay sensibility in Kannada literature. A certain uninformed community of people in India still believes that homoeroticism is alien to Indian culture and it is a Western import. Another misconception that plagues people with homoerotic inclination in India is the notion that it is merely a fantasy of urban, elitist, upper class, and westernized minuscule minority. When same-sex love suffers these kinds of hindrances, Mohanaswamy, a collection of short stories, Mohanaswamy, a collection of short stories by Vasudendra, an eminent Kannada author, in a strikingly unflinching manner, unfolds the chronicles of experience of an innocent gay boy from a village in North Karnataka. These stories of high literary merit, rendered as the autobiographical accounts of the author himself, unfold a world of gay problems in a rustic setup, not in a metropolitan city. The stories act as liberatory literary pieces for the rural gay population, which thinks that it is a curse, and in return, which leads to their self-curse and self-persecution. Differences between being a gay in rural setup and in a city cultural scape. Cities are more conducive and gay-friendly compared to villages. People in cities live among strangers that one's sexual preference does not make much difference to strangers. Cities in modern times have also enabled different types of minorities to come together. Sexual minorities can also create their own cohorts to get rid of the feeling of alienation. The power of social media platforms and technology has enabled sexual minorities to identify the people with alike sexual preferences to form a group of their own. Hence, city cultural scape is not as daunting as a rustic cultural scape, where people live in familiarity with each other, sharing primary relationships with every member of the local and community. The English-educated city-dwelling homosexuals have the privilege of using technology to gather virtually, at least. This virtual gathering enables them to meet and assert their voices. Gay dating apps, websites are friendly for those who know English. The linguistic barrier does not obstruct their movement, but the rural homosexuals are deprived of all these enabling amenities for gays and homosexuals. Mohanaswamy, I quote, Mohanaswamy wondered how this modern world, only those who know English thrived. In contrast, the rustic space is much more conservative. People may live in harmony and primary mode of cooperation may still exist in villages, but with regard to the issues of sexual diversity, the rustic space is more unaccepted than the city space. Subbaraya, the father of Mohanaswamy, thinks that, I quote, people called gays were a group of perverts living in far-off big cities like Mumbai or Kolkata. This rigidity and sexual conservatism, that permeate the rural setup more intensely prove it harder for a person with diverse sexual affiliation. Circumstances become increasingly worse for the reason that these sexual minorities are entirely unaware of the male-male love or attraction between females. The heterosexual pattern governs the sexual arena, and anything transgressing these received brackets gets brutally ostracized in rural setups. Reprimanding and punishment for people with diverse sexual orientation. If Mona Swami's sexual predicament is more of a mental and emotional trauma, the other characters with sexually different configurations undergo a brutal assault by their own family members. The story of Kaleshi, who is a character in one of the stories, is heart-wrenching for the reason that sexual orientation costs him his own life. He is fatally beaten up by his father and brothers. There were deep welts and black bruises all over his body. His father and brothers had locked him up in room, whipped him to beat his girlish ways out of him. They told everyone in the village that he was ill for not coming to school, and they did not even bother to take him to doctor. He is transformed into a trans woman later. Kaleshi had saved money in his bank account, but the father and the brothers who killed him did not hesitate to take the money that he had deposited in his account. The hypocrisy of the society and patriarchy is revealed here. The steadfast patriarch, his father, tortures him to death. Rural social hypocrisy is also showcased here. The shallow prestige, the stringent notion of manhood, and a complete ignorance of that human sexuality is not a fixed and pigeonholed monolithicality, but a transient, fluent, and shifting element causes dangers for these unharming lives. So finally, Mona Swami moves from self-doubt to self-realization. There are some misconceptions. So the stories reveal some misconceptions that generally haunt the sexual arena. Sir, 1 minute, sir. 1 minute, sir. 1 minute. Last 1 minute, sir. I'm concluding.
Okay,
sir.
Okay.
1 minute. Okay, sir. So the story acts as a point of release for gay communities. Though the stories appeal to selected readers of the collection and do not include illiterate folk, what this collection has been able to do is to articulate an arena of experience that was unprecedented in Kannada literature. The stories have become successful in foregrounding the fact that there exists a homoerotic ambience in the literary circle and rural cultural scape. The work has acted as a catalyzing element for homoerotic expressions inside the Kannada literary world. The stories depict the experience of gay both in rusticity and city, a hindrance and hesitation to openly speak about love between men and love between women has begun to wane in mainstream Kannada literature. Clearly, this work is an indication of another form of anti-hegemonic narratives within the realm of dominant and hegemonic narrative literature. The stories set in rural Ballari, a district in North Karnataka, speaks to the readers in a very desi, colloquial, idiomatic expressions that it sounds spontaneous and natural. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I'm done, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for the beautiful presentation you gave about one of the beautiful writers from Kannada, that is Vasundhara, who has taken up a very challenging task for her in her story Mohan Swami. When we talk of progressive literature, so definitely it touches upon certain aspects of society which otherwise people generally are inhabited of talking about. So I feel this is one of the aspects of English literature we have, and if such a theme is taken by a writer from Kannada, so it is it talks about one of the beautiful aspects of literature we have. Thank you very much, sir. The next participant
Thank you, sir.
The next participant I invite for our presentation is Mr. Ayad Abdul Mir Hassan, who is from Department of English, Gujarat University, and the topic he will be talking of is diversity and dreams, multiculturalism's role in the contemporary American dream. I invite Mr. Ayad to kindly come and discourse upon his topic. Is Mr. Ayat with us in the conference room 2?
Sir, he
Okay.
is not there. We shall move to the next presenter.
Hello,
Okay.
sir.
So, are you there, sir?
No, no, no. He's my friend. He will come after 5 minutes. Just
Okay.
okay.
So,
Ayad
the
Abdul
the
Hassan.
third party, yeah,
Thank you.
the third participant we invite is Savita Shri. She's a research scholar in Wells Institute of Science, Technology and Advanced Study, Chennai. And the topic of her paper is Myth-Making Tendencies and Modernizing Narratives in the Select Novels of Kavita Kane. Over to you, ma'am. Savita Shri. I feel she's not here with us. So, while calling upon the next participant we have is Miss Priyanka Sharma and Aditi Khajuria. They are assistant professors in Dogra Degree College, J&K. And the theme of their paper is Exploring Race Theory, Understanding the Social Construct of Race.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
May
Over
I
to you, ma'am.
start? Am I audible?
Yeah, you are very much audible. Please continue.
All right. Thank you, sir. To all the organizers, chairperson, and dear participants, a very good afternoon, everyone. So, as sir has already told the topic of our paper, which is exploring race theory, understanding the social construct of race. So, our paper explores the historical origins of race theory from anthropological to contemporary critical race theory. It illuminates comprehensive analysis of urban development, governance, and sustainability. Paper gives holistic understanding of the complex dynamics that shape the modern urban environment. It also focuses on race theory in addressing present day challenges and shaping future discourse on racial justice. The concept of social construct is nothing but what people decide. It is just the ideas we attach to race and groups. As Thomas theory says itself, if men define situations as real, they are real in consequences also. Race has an incredible impact on our identity and life changes thereafter. So its effects are actually real. So many caricatures in media are found like blackface or yellow face. Similarly, African American men are often portrayed as criminal or violent, and women are portrayed as sassy or aggressive. Conversely, Asian American men are rarely portrayed as sexual beings, while women are exotic and sometimes sex workers. As far as historical origins, it is well known fact that the concept of race and racism had been used socially since the emergence of biology and anthropology. Theoretical definition of racism is made by making use of other branches of science and facts. Racism, in religious sense, is the duty of spreading religion and civilization that God gave to the white man. In psychological sense, we see it is the instinctive formation of race consciousness. So, academic and legal framework that denotes the systematic racism is part of American society from education and housing to employment and healthcare. Racism is more than the result of individual bias and prejudice. There are many such works which focus on the theme, and one such work which we have taken in our paper is Beloved by Toni Morrison. So, our research paper, we are taking Toni Morrison's novel Beloved, which talks about the protagonist Seth, who escaped slavery from a plantation called Sweet Home. It is often studied in the context of racism due to its exploration of slavery's enduring impact on African American individuals and communities. The paper also delves through novel into the psychological trauma, dehumanization, and generation consequences caused by the institution of slavery. Morrison's powerful storytelling brings to light the brutal realities of racism and its far-fetching effects on both personal and societal level. Through vivid characters and haunting symbolism, Beloved provides a profound examination of the complexities of race in America's history. Although racial discrimination is not uncommon in the lives of Black adolescents, its impact is not the same for all. Actually, one source of individual differences in Black youth's responses to discrimination in their racial identity beliefs. So far, this review has described the relentless systems of racism that limit opportunities and outcomes by race. Many Black Americans nevertheless succeed despite the rigid system. So, to conclude my paper, considering the studies and examples, it can be said as the phenomena of racism, which is expressed as discrimination today, continues its existence today as an extension of the slavery period. However, the abolition of slavery did not bring these struggles to an end, but also caused more intense struggle to begin with. Thank you, and that's from my side. Thank you for hearing everybody.
Thank you, ma'am. You very well talked of the theme of race. You know, human beings have always been able to devise some sort of ground on which they discriminate with people. And
Right.
in India, if we talk of India, and the literature in India reflects the kind of discrimination we have on the basis of caste and creed. The same
Right.
kind of discrimination, a ground has been found out by the people in West, and one of
Right.
the basis is race. If we look at the literature from last few centuries, we
Right.
have books like, you know, Passage to India, Heart of Darkness, Invisible Man.
Right,
Here
right,
we
sir,
come
right.
across such incidents of race
Right.
quite a lot.
True.
I feel racism and discrimination are closely linked, and they
Sure,
are more
agree.
related to, yeah, they are more related to the psychology of the people, because uh, when discrimination starts, it starts from the mind, and
Right.
when it is being reflected in the literature, uh, in whatever form, in the form of poetry or say novels or in any other form. So
Yeah.
it is basically the reflection of the discrimination we have in society.
We have the society, right,
So
right.
Madam Priyanka and Aditi Kashyap, they both, Kathuria, they both of them have taken up this theme very well. So
Yes,
thank
sir,
you very much.
thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for the observation and the comments. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
The next participant I invite is K. Liana, who is a research scholar in SRMIST Chennai. And the paper of their presentation is, the topic of their paper is Role of Gender and a Portrayal of Religion in Satrapi's Perspectives under the Lens of Paris Police under the Lens of Islamic Feminism.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, ma'am. Please, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'll share my presentation first. Yeah. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the title of my paper is The Role of Gender and Portrayal of Religion in Satrapi's Persepolis under the Lens of Islamic Feminism. I'll start by introducing the primary text to you. Persepolis is an autobiographical series of French comics by Marjane Satrapi that depicts her childhood up to her early adult years in Iran and Austria during the Islamic Revolution. The title Persepolis is a reference to the ancient capital of the Persian Empire. This is originally published in French and has been translated to many other languages, including English. Satrapi's graphic memoir contained themes concerning feminist ideals and the hegemonic power of the state. Satrapi uses the context of Iranian Revolution to criticize the hypocrisy of state-enforced social pressures that seek to enact violence. And a little about the author, Marjane Satrapi. She was born in 1969 in Iran and grew up in Tehran. She comes from a politically active family, and her parents were both involved in opposing the Shah's regime. Satrapi attended the Lycée Français de Tehran, where she became interested in Western culture and literature. She left Iran in 1983 to study in Austria and later on moved to France, where she studied visual communication. Her comics have been widely praised for its unique perspective on the Islamic Revolution and its aftermath, as well as for its powerful storytelling and distinctive art style. Now, moving on to Islamic feminism and what it actually is. Islamic feminism is a relative recent development. It's an evolving theory, if I, I may say, that seeks to reconcile feminist principles with Islamic beliefs and practices. It recognizes the importance of religion and culture in shaping gender norms and seeks to challenge patriarchal interpretations of Islamic texts and traditions. Islamic feminism argues that women's rights are compatible with Islamic teachings and that the Quranic message of justice and equality applies to all people, regardless of gender. And my paper is divided into three main concepts: representation of the veil, representation of women's experience in public and private spheres, representation of gender roles and expectations in Persepolis. My research objectives are examining the issues of Muslim women portrayed in Persepolis and understand how Islamic traditions have been used to justify gender-based discrimination and oppression, to understand how Muslim women have been challenging these norms and advocating for their rights within the framework of their faith. The methodology I've used is quantitative content analysis of the text Persepolis from the perspective of Islamic feminism, to put it in a simple way, and in-depth examination of the portrayal of gender and religion in the novel and how they intersect to shape women's experience in Iran. The analysis will be informed by the principles of Islamic feminism and other relevant theoretical framework. So, moving to the first concept, representation of the veil. The representation of the, okay, so what I've done is I've taken instances from the text, primary text, and I've analyzed it in the light of Quran as much as I could, but mainly from the point of view of other Islamic feminists. So the representation of the veil in Persepolis can also be examined through the lens of Islamic feminist scholars and interpretations of Islamic text. Islamic feminism emphasizes the importance of contextualizing and reinterpretation of religious texts, as I said, and practices in a way that supports women's rights and empowerment. In terms of the Quran, Islamic feminist scholars have noted that the veil or hijab is often misinterpreted as a symbol of women's subordination and oppression. Instead, they argue that the Quranic verses on modesty and dress code should be understood as encouraging both men and women to dress modestly and to avoid objectifying themselves or others. For example, in Surah An-Nur 24:31, the Quran instructs both men and women to lower their gaze and guard their modesty, suggesting that both men and women have a responsibility to dress modestly and to avoid objectifying or sexualizing others. Similarly, Islamic feminist scholars argue that the hijab can be seen as a symbol of empowerment and resistance against patriarchal norms that seek to control women's body and sexuality. I'll quote two quotes from the text, primary text itself. The veil, Satrapi says, the veil was a way of asserting oneself as an individual, a way to say, I am here, I exist, and I have the right to be different. So this is regarding one's choice to wear the veil. And again, one's choice to not wear the veil. And other instances, I really didn't know what to think about the veil. Deep down, I was very religious, but as a family, we were very modern and avant-garde. So here in these two instances, the complexity of women's identity and the ways in which gender and religion can intersect in complex and contradictory ways can be seen. Mona El-Taweh, who is an Egyptian American feminist writer and activist who has written extensively on Muslim women's rights, including the right to choose his hijab. In her book, Headscarves and Hymens, Why the Middle East Needs a Sexual Revolution, she argues that the practice of hijab should be a matter of personal choice rather than a form of religious or cultural coercion. And moving on to my next concept, representation of women's experience in public and private spheres from an Islamic feminist perspective, the representation of women's experiences in both the public and private spheres in Persepolis highlights the importance of challenging patriarchal norms and that limit women's agency and autonomy. In the public sphere, women's experiences in Persepolis are often characterized by restrictions on their mobility and behavior. For example, women are required to wear the veil in public and are subject to harassment and surveillance by the regime's morality police. In the private sphere, women's experience in Persepolis are characterized by domestic violence, familial pressure, and limited opportunities for education and employment. Islamic feminist scholars have noted that these restrictions are often based on patriarchal interpretations of Islamic texts and practices that seek to control women's bodies and behavior. As an evidence to that, I quote from Quran, Surah Al-Azab 33-35 states that both men and women are responsible for their actions and are accountable for their deeds, suggesting that women should have agency and autonomy in making decisions about their lives. Additionally, the Quran emphasizes the importance of justice and equality for all people, regardless of gender or social status. Kesia Ali, an American scholar of Islam who focuses on the study of Islamic jurisprudence, ethics, women, and gender, argues that the Quran underscores the equal spiritual value of men and women. The spiritual equality should manifest in all the aspects of life, enabling women's participation in shaping our public and private spaces. Moving on to our last main concept, the representation of gender roles and expectations in Persepolis. Again, Islamic feminism emphasizes the importance of interpreting the Quran in a way consistent with gender equality and the recognition of women's right. Marjan's character in Persepolis embodies this idea of individual agency and empowerment. She is shown to be a strong and independent woman who pursues her education and stands up to authority figures. Her mother also demonstrates agency by resisting the gender roles imposed on her by the society. Again, to take another quote from the Quran, the Surah An-Nisa 4:32 states that to men is allotted what they earn and to women what they earn, which means that men and women shall have their shares of good and evil depending on the good and evil they have earned in using the resources bestowed upon them by God. This verse emphasizes that both men and women have the right. Sorry?
Madam, kindly conclude.
Okay. In the similar way, I've explored this topic as well. So my conclusion is Islamic feminist analysis of Persepolis emphasizes the importance of justice, equality, and individual agency for women and critiques patriarchal system that distorts Islamic teachings. These perspectives provide a useful framework for understanding the representation of gender roles and expectations in the novel. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. When we talk of feminism, Simon de Beauvoir has very rightly observed, a woman is not born, she's made. So feminist movement has a lot of dimensions.
Yeah.
Women in US may have difficult problems to face.
Right.
From the problems, a person related to Asia, South Asia, India, or Africa face. So when we talk of this Satrapi, she, an Iranian writer, she has talked of the problems which are being faced by women who are related to, Islam. So they have a very different type of problem to face.
Yes.
And you very well talked of Islamic feminism, the kind of dress code they have, the kind of problems they have to face, especially in Iran, because since this book is more a memoir than a novel, imaginative novel.
Yeah.
So it very well talks of the problems she herself has gone through in her own life. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have Savita Shri with us now? Since earlier she was not here with us, do we have Sabita Shri? Or
No, sir.
okay, Mr. Ayad Abdul Mir Hassan?
No.
Okay. So only 3 participants turned up from the list of participants we have in this particular session. I, Dr. Raman Kumar from Government College Unna in Himachal Pradesh. First of all, congratulate the organizers for very well organizing this international conference. I also express my gratitude to the management of to the organizing committee of the conference for giving me this opportunity. I also congratulate all the participants and for the well-read papers which were based on their exploration and deep research. Thank you everybody.
I repeat, Kayam Jan Singh. Our second presenter, Miss Reenu Roy. Are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, madam. Introduce yourself and begin the presentation.
Okay. Sir, am I supposed to switch on the camera, video?
No, ma'am. It's not a problem. If you have PPT, you shall share it.
I don't have PPT, sir. I'm just presenting it. I don't have PPT.
Okay, no problem. You shall present.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay. Good afternoon, all. Myself, Reenu Roy. I'm a research scholar from St. John's College, Palayankotte. It's in Tirunelveli, Tamil Nadu. First of all, I would like to I'd like to express my gratitude towards the authority for allowing me to present my paper in this platform. The title of my research paper is Educated Social Cognition at the Threshold of Rejuvenating Feminine Stereotypes, an analysis of feminist criminology in the movie The Teacher. I hope I'm audible to everyone. Okay. Yeah. So my research paper deals with the subject of feminist criminology as reflected in the Malayalam language movie The Teacher, which was released on 2022. Actually, this movie might be translated to other languages also, but originally it is a Malayalam language movie, The Teacher, which was released on 2022. This movie is directed by Vivek Thomas Varghese, and the lead character Devika is played by Amla. The movie revolves around the physical abuse faced by Devika and its aftermath. Devika adopts the path of violence when justice is denied to her, while conventional feminism deals with the protests led by women at different phases of their struggle in different parts of the world. Feminist criminology focuses on how women have been sidetracked into the confines of the private criminal justice system. Feminist theory can be used as an investigative tool to identify the multifaceted gender inequality that is rampant world over. Its main focus is upon gender inequality. It aims to analyze the discrimination faced by women in terms of their social roles, interests, course, etc. Over the time, it has expanded in various fields. Feminism originated in 18th century Europe. Feminist movements have campaigned for various rights of women like right to vote, and equal pay, on property, receive education, etc. Through these campaigns, feminists fought to ensure access to contraception, legal abortion, and to protect women and girls from sexual assault, sexual harassment, and also domestic violence. The feminist school of criminology was developed in the late 1960s and 70s. This school was mainly established to eradicate the discrimination against women in the study of crime. Feminist criminology focuses mainly on women offenders and the victims, including all women who are connected with the criminal justice system. In the movie, The Teacher, Devika, which in the introduction I have told, Devika, it's a role played by the actress Amla Paul. So in this movie, Teacher, Devika is a a physical education teacher who was in a government college in Kerala. She is sexually assaulted by a group of students who participated in the 4-day district level sports meet, which was conducted at her school. After the sports meet, the students tried to be friendly with Devika and drugs her. She becomes unconscious, and when she wakes up, she finds out what happened to her. After returning home, she does not reveal this to her husband. Devika is a born lady who grew up in a village. She is trained in martial arts also. But when this unfortunate encounter happens, her strong mindset and her vibrant willpower have been shaken. She feels ashamed and guilty when she hides it from her husband. Both of them have been trying to have a baby for a long time. After this horrible incident, Devika finds out that she is pregnant. The thought that she is carrying the fetus of one of those who has molested her literally starts tormenting her mentally. Devika's husband Sujit is a nurse in a government hospital. Once a small girl gets admitted in the hospital, she is a victim of sexual assault by an elderly man who influences the police officers to bury down the entire case. The police officials visit the girl in the hospital and threaten her parents that the family's reputation and the girl's future will be ruined if it is revealed to the outer world. They also convinced them that even if they go to the courts, the child will be tormented with all these unnecessary questions that may give her some kind of mental trauma. The girl's parents agree to all the demands and decide not to file any case. Sujit is hearing everything from outside the room and decides to keep quiet regarding this issue. He's also afraid of the consequences that he may have to face if he decides to raise voice against such a crime. There is a basic social cognition to blame women for the crimes that have been committed against them. Women are always expected to keep quiet, even though they are the victims, and also be good daughters, wives, and mothers. This is one cultural enumeration of the male hegemony. The women have been pressurized into accepting the masculine dictates of the power structure. Also, they have been silenced into a status of the other. In this movie, when Sujit comes to know that Devika is pregnant from the medical report that is kept hidden from him at first, he's overjoyed by the fact of becoming a father at last. It's more like an opportunity for him to boost about his manhood to the society. When Devika reveals to him about the tragedy that has happened to her, he behaves hysterically, breaking things in the house and blaming Devika for not being careful and good chores. He also insults her by saying that she is trying to thrust someone else's burden upon him. And this particular situation, he's like the society, as we have discussed before, just like the other people in the society. Her own husband is trying to blame her for not being virtuous towards her husband. Sujit reveals this news to his close friend and colleague, Kevin. Kevin suggests that the only way to save his reputation is to abort the kid. At first, Sujit is shocked and tells Kevin that he cannot talk to Devika about this and requests him to talk to her instead. Kevin agrees and reaches Sujit's house where Kalyani, actually Kalyani is Devika's mother-in-law, means Sujit's mom. She's a veteran comrade. She's a board lady, and she had participated in various kind of protests against various kind of injustices that had been committed towards the society and especially towards women. So she's a board lady. Um, so when Sujit takes Kevin to the house, Kalyani was also present there. Sujit tactfully takes Kalyani to another room so that Kevin can talk to Devika about this. Ken presents Suji's dilemma before her and tells her that it is the only solution for them to lead a good family life. Solution means the only solution is to abort the cage. While talking about this matter, Kevin inappropriately touches Devika, and this instigates her to throw him out of the house. After revenge, Kevin spreads this news to everyone in the hospital where Sujit works. Sujit thrashes him when he gets to know about this. This incident points out how.
Kindly conclude your paper.
Uh, okay. So, yeah. As we have seen, Kalyani, who is the mother-in-law of Devika, and also Sujit's mom. She's a veteran comrade. She's a bold lady. Actually, instead of in our society, there is a tendency that in case of daughter-in-laws, mother-in-laws always take the side of the sons. But in this case, there is a difference. Kalyani is taking the side of Devika. She is supporting the views of Devika, and she is protecting her from the attacks of the society and of her own husband. Kalyani is also turning against her own son to protect Devika and her reputation. So Kalyani motivates Devika to take revenge against all those students who had sexually assaulted her. And with the help of one of Kalyani's followers, Devika is planning to take revenge upon these boys. So she tracked down one of the boys who had assaulted her, and she pretended like she is having some sexual interest towards him, and this boy invited her to a hotel room. Actually, her plan was to basically attack this boy, but he had also called the other boys who had also taken part in the sexual assaultation of Devika. So all these four boys were there in that hotel room when Devika arrives there. There also this boy starts to verbally abuse her. They start to insult her by saying by calling her different bad names and like that. But Devika, who is trained in martial arts, attacks them physically, and she is beating the pulp out of them. And these boys were not aware of this fact that she is an expert, she is trained in martial arts and all. So in that hotel room, with the help of Kalyani's friend, she's beating up all these four boys, and she's beating the pulp, like she's beating the pulp out of them. And yeah. Devika and Kalyani's friend, they attach fake bombs to the bodies of these boys in order to scare them to death, but leave them alive. She wants them to spend the rest of their lives remembering this incident. Devika's decision to take up the path of violence to achieve justice can be compared to that of the passive decision of that little girl's parents, which is discussed in the beginning part of the paper. Devika taking a new journey in life can be considered as a figurative win over the male hegemony, which readily pushes a woman into a subordinate status. Thus, it is clearly stated in this research paper how the movie The Teacher can be enlivened with the concept of feminist criminology. It shows how Devika, with the support of Kalyani, has taken revenge against the people who assault her and achieves the justice which is denied to her by the society and the legal system. Sujit's friend Kevin represents how the women who are victimized in any kind of physical assaults are treated by the society. Even though they are victims, women are always blamed in such situations. No matter no matter how much developed the society is, it still considers women as sexual objects. When people like Kalyani come as a great respect. She even criticizes her own son for not treating Devika with respect. This casts light upon fraternity that still exists to show a positive attitude to the equality and rights of women. Uh, yeah, so that's the end of my research paper. Uh,
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Now the platform is open to the other presenters. If you have any clarification, you shall clarify it. I am thinking there is no clarification. Okay, thank you, ma'am. All the best for your research.
Thank you so much, sir.
Now I call upon next presenter, Kayam John Singh. Are you there? Kayam John Singh. Okay, we shall move on to the third presenter, Iman Ahmad Farj. Are you there? Yeah, ma'am, kindly unmute yourself and introduce yourself and start the presentation. Iman Ahmad, madam. Madam, try to complete the presentation within 8 minutes. Yeah, ma'am, the PPT is visible. You shall start the presentation.
Yes. My name is Iman Hamid Al Awadi. My research is about grammatical errors in English adjectives. The research deals with the grammatical errors made by students in English adjectives. The purpose of this research is to find out the most common errors made by students in using adjectives in order to help those students to reduce those errors. The research falls into two parts, theoretical and practical part. The theoretical part consists of a background knowledge about adjectives such as structure, types, uses, and order. The practical part, on the other hand, comprises a grammatical test regarding English adjectives. The test distributes to some students in the Department of English, College of Education for Girls, University of Kufa, Iraq. The results have shown that most common grammatical mistakes in adjectives are about the incorrect order of adjectives, as well as lack of the enough knowledge about the different types of adjectives and how to use them in English sentences correctly. what is an adjective in English grammar? According to Geoffrey Finch, 2082, adjectives are words which specify the attributes of nouns. Typically, they provide details about an entity's size, color, shape, and appearance. Adjectives are used almost exclusively to modify nouns, as well as any phrase or component of speech that can be used as nouns. For example, John was red glasses. So here, the adjective red modifies the noun, which is glasses. Okay. Another example, excellent writing is required for this job. Excellent here is an adjective that modifies the gerund writing. So, what are the types of adjectives in English? There are, in fact, several types of adjectives in English, like adjectives of quality, like sad, happy, wealthy, foolish, intelligent. Number two, adjectives of quantity, about the quantity of any matter, like some, any, much, many, and half. Three, adjectives of number, like 1, 2, 20, 13, 100, 1000, etc. Number four, demonstrative adjectives, that are adjectives we use them to refer to singular or plural persons or things, like this, that for the singular, and these and those for the plural. Five, descriptive adjectives, the adjectives that we use them to describe things, persons, places, etc., like beautiful, smart, intelligent, stupid, ugly, maybe, and etc. Number six, possessive adjectives, the adjectives that we use them to express possession, like possessive adjectives like my, your, their, our, his, her, and its. Number seven, interrogative adjectives. Okay, the adjective words that we use them in questions, or sometimes we call them WH words, like what, which, when, where, whose, who, etc. Number eight, proper adjectives, and most of them are taken or are from nouns of places. For example, American, Japanese, Canadian, Indian, Iraqi, maybe. Yes. 9, comparative adjectives. Comparative adjectives like less, more, most, bigger, tallest, more beautiful, most beautiful, etc. We use them in comparison. Concerning the uses of adjectives, there are several uses of adjectives in English. Number one, they are used to modify nouns. For example, an ugly painting. So here the adjective ugly modifies the noun painting. 2, they function as subject complement. Okay, like the painting is ugly. So here the adjective ugly is a complement for the subject of the sentence. 3, they can be precessed and modified by the intensifier very. Okay, the children are very happy. 4, they take the comparative and superlative form by the inflections er and est. Okay, for example, The children are happier now. Okay, happier, the comparative, and happiest is the superlative. These students are more intelligent. Here is the comparative form of the of intelligent, the adjective, which is more intelligent. Okay. Concerning the order of adjectives, which is the most important one, there are definitely adjectives of color, origin, material, and the purpose adjective, for example, and the order of them must be like this example. Red, for example, red Spanish leader riding boots. Here, color, region, material, purpose, and finally, the noun that we want to describe it. 2. Adjective go before, not after noun. For instance, a long journey, not journey long. Okay. Loud music, but not music loud. Okay. 3. Most adjective can be used after verbs. Be, become, get, seem, look, etc. For example, I feel angry, I feel sad, I feel maybe anxious. It becomes very hot, for example. For some adjectives, when they are used to express strong feeling or attitude, they always come in front of a noun. Examples are absolute, outright, pure, true, complete, perfect, real, utter, entire, and positive, total. Concerning the order of adjectives, Swan argues that numbers usually go before adjectives, as in 6 large eggs, the second big shock. Okay. Number 6, a few adjectives are used along after a noun. Adjectives like elect, and current, general. For example, she now, the president-elect. Concerning the practical part of the research or the methodology of the research, 40 undergraduate students in the Department of English College of Education for Girls, University of Kufa in Iraq, are asked to answer some questions of a test regarding English adjectives. The test consists of 2 questions. The first question contains 15 points of MCQ. Each one each
Madam,
examinee has, yes.
Kindly conclude the presentation. We are running out of time.
Yes. So I'll talk about the results directly. The results have shown that 27 and half students from 40 passed the first question of the test successfully, but 29, who are 72 and half of the examiners, do not answer well. This is in one hand. On the other hand, only 9, which are who are 22.5% students, are lucky to answer the second question of the exam well, whereas 31, who are 77.5%, are not. The students face many difficulties in organizing adjectives according to their types in many linguistic structures, such as phrase, clause, and sentences. And this is the end of my research. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a marvelous presentation.
Yes, thank you so much.
Next, let us move to our fourth presentation. Sanit Cheri, Research Scholar, Department of Management. Are you there?
Yes, sir. I am here.
Introduce yourself and begin the presentation.
First of all, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to present my paper. I am Shanchali Chattopadhyay from the Department of Management, Humanities and Social Sciences, National Institute of Technology, Agartala. I would like to share my screen and start my presentation now. Thank you. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay. So my topic is evolution of the queer representation in Hindi cinema and their socio-cultural implications. And here I will be talking about the Hindi films from 1990s to 2022. And let's start about the presentation. The representation of the queer community, including lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgenders, and the individuals of other sexual orientations in Hindi films have gone through a sea change over the last few decades. My research or this paper will aim to find out if the evolution of the queer space in Bollywood indicates a changing attitude of India towards the queer community. Cinema as a form of representation can exercise far-reaching influence over the people's beliefs and opinions, stereotypes, and attitudes. It can also help us to build a connection with the narratives of characters on screen and thus make it possible to experience a world through different perspectives. So, cinema is also a reflection of the reality. So, it is very important to understand that cinema not only influences the audience and their outlook towards a particular thing, but also it affects how it is a reflection of what is already happening beside ourselves. So, on the other hand, cinema itself is influenced by real phenomena. If we observe the portrayal of queer characters in the early Bollywood films, especially before 90s era or during the 90s era, we find them to be either flamboyant characters who are more like caricatures used for the purpose of serving comic relief or are shown in a negative light. However, after the Supreme Court of India decriminalized consensual homosexual relationship by reading down Section 377 of the Indian Penal Code, the film industry seemed to make some advanced approaches towards the queer issue, at least the represent of the queer issue. Now, the queer is a inclusive term, is an umbrella term which includes people belonging to the sexual identity, to the sexual orientation, to those sexual orientation which are not easily accepted by the Indian society. For example, it includes lesbians, gay, bisexuals, transgenders, and asexuals, and so on. So now the purpose is to understand how far the portrayal of queer in Hindi films have changed over the last few decades. And what are the changes in depiction of the queer characters that took place in Hindi films after the Supreme Court of India decriminalized consensual homosexual relationships in 2018? Moreover, how much the Indian audience has culturally and socially evolved to reconfigure sexual identities that do not comply to any fixed performative roles of either male or female gender on screen. Or how does the Bollywood films, while portraying queer characters, affect the process of social acceptance of queer community? So social acceptance is also a very important part of the discussion. Now let's talk about identity and queer representation. As R.K. Dasgupta puts it, identities are complicated to begin with and become more complicated when relating them to nation and sexuality. Now, when we talk about sexuality and India as a nation, we first have to accept the fact that the acceptance of queer community in India is not same as those in the Western countries or abroad. There is no gender identity behind the expression of gender. That identity is performatively constituted by the very expression that is said to be its result. So the irony in the fact is that biological sex is not so much something that determines one's gender, but rather the performances, the roles that they play. Now, if we talk about 90s films like Sangharsh and Sadak, there we have characters like Rajja Pandey and Maharani, which are like negative characters which are portrayed in negative light, and there are also some movies which portrays the transgender characters or characters of queer community as a comical relief. So maybe a male person who is sort of kind of very effeminate in nature, he would be portrayed as a person belonging to the LGBTQ community where the other people will make fun of him or her. So, what is the progress of queer representation? We need to uncover how much the Indian audience has culturally and socially evolved to reconfigure sexual identities that do not comply to any fixed performative roles. Now, is there a progress or is there a stagnation? So it is clear that the queer representation in cinema has been affected by a heteronormative gaze or preconceived notions. While appreciating the effort to bring up queer issues to Bollywood, my work would also see where we have failed to do justice with queer identities. Now, Hindi films started taking a sympathetic stand towards the queer community in 1996 with the film Fire, which highlights the lives of two lesbians trapped in an unhappy marriage due to societal expectations. Now, if we talk about films like Tamanna, My Brother Nikhil, Memories in the March, Margarita with a Straw, Kapoor and Sons, and Aligarh, it showed the nuances of sexuality and addressed their problems to portray that the queer community has been treated as the other, which cement their behavior attributed to the on the female gender. So basically, if we talk about this films, this has taken a sympathetic stand towards the queer cause while breaking the stereotypes. For example, in My Brother Nikhil, the sportsman usually when in the films the hero is portrayed as someone who is very masculine. He is either shown to have played football or any other kind of sport. So sports is something which is strictly associated with masculinity. But here, the film shows a sportsman in the character of a homosexual. So it is clear that the stereotypes that people believe in are fluid. No, it is not always that a gay person should behave in a particular feminine way. It is sexual orientation and it has nothing to do with your outward behavior or the work that you contribute to the society. Then Aligarh also shows the personal life of a professor who was a homosexual, but he was suspended. So how his individual sexual orientation, which is something has nothing to do with with his capability or his professionalism, again creates a barrier in his life. And in Kapoor and Sons, we find the male character played by Fawad Khan to be homosexual. And unlike most of the stereotypical Bollywood films, which shows gay characters to be wearing pink pants coat, uh, here the character is someone who is desirable by women. So films have started taking sympathetic stands and breaking stereotypes. Now, what changed after 2018? So after 2018, queer characters seem to be included in more commercial and mainstream films. एक लड़की को देखा तो ऐसा लगा came in 2019, which portrayed a lesbian love story in a way of Bollywood romance while touching upon the issues of acceptance. Now, if we shift our attention to Bollywood's newest additions like Chandigarh Kade Aashegi, Shubh Mangal Jada Savdhan, and Badhai Ho, with queer characters as the protagonists, it follows the course of a mainstream Bollywood film, like with love, romance, action, comedy, and all of this have been a box office success. So, unlike the previous time when these movies which portrayed queer characters essentially touched upon the
Madam,
issues of
kindly conclude.
acceptance. Yes,
Madam,
yes, sir.
kindly
Sorry.
conclude.
Yes, yes, sir. So who are trying to portray themselves, these movies are like more acted like mainstream characters are acting on them. Now there are some limitations like overlaps. Obviously there are still some movies which are extremely homophobic. Then there is lack of representation, like though lesbians and gay are represented, there is still an issue of less representation of transgenders. Now over dramatization, some of these characters are so much dramatized or their pains are so much dramatized that people think that it is unreliable or unrealistic. And obviously violence against queer characters on screen are yet a glaring issue. So to conclude, representation plays a vital part in shaping perception. The commercial successes of the new queer wave in Hindi films indicate the changing attitude of Indian audience who are becoming more and more accepting. Despite limitations, there seems to be a promise of providing more inclusive space to queer representation in the silver screen. Now, with that, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you, everyone, for giving me the chance to present.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Now, let us move upon our next presenter, Sarah. Sarah
Yes, sir.
Elena.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Kindly introduce yourself and begin the presentation. Try
Sure,
to
sure.
complete within 8 minutes.
Sure, sir. Okay. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm Sarah Eliana Kudekos, and I'm coming from SRM University. Okay, so I'll share my screen right now. Okay. Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. Okay. So the title of my paper is Transgender Representation in Literature, a comparative analysis of works by transgender and cisgender authors. Okay, so just a brief introduction to transgenders representation in literature. So transgender representation in literature refers to the portrayal and depiction of characters who identify as transgender. So it involves the inclusion of narratives that explore the experiences, challenges, identities, and journeys of individuals whose gender identities do not align with the sex they were assigned at birth. Okay, so moving on to next slide. Okay, research objective and question. The objective of my paper is to critically examine how transgender characters are portrayed in literature by both cisgender and transgender authors. And the paper aims to delve into the complexities, nuances, and ethical consideration inherent in these portrayals. It seeks to understand how narrative ethics theory can illuminate the ethical dimensions of transgender representation, offering insights into how these narratives shape our perceptions, empathy, and understanding of transgender experiences. So the main question, research question, is how do cisgender and transgender authors portray transgender characters in their representative works, and what are the ethical implications of these portrayals? So this question prompts an exploration of the differences, similarities, and underlying ethical concern that arises when authors from different gender identities create narratives about transgender lives. Okay, so moving on to my primary text. Okay. My primary texts are there are two texts, Sissy, A Coming of Gender Story, and Art of Being Normal. So, Sissy, A Coming of Gender Story is by Jacob Tobia, who is a transgender author. Jacob Tobia presents an intimate and authentic exploration of their own transgender journey. The memoir provides readers with first-hand insight into the trials, triumph, and emotional intricacies of growing up as a gender non-conforming individual. Tobia's narrative is characterized by vulnerability, humor, and deep understanding of the complexities of gender identity. Okay, and the next is The Art of Being Normal, which is by Lisa Williamson, who is a cisgender author. She delves into the transgender experience through the eyes of two protagonists, that is David and Leo. The novel follows through journeys of self-discovery and friendship. Williamson portrayal reflects the cisgender author's attempt to understand and emphasize with transgender experience. The character grapples with challenges such as coming out, navigating school, and dealing with family dynamics. Okay. Next is the theoretical framework. Narrative ethics is the theory that I've used for my paper. Narrative ethics is a theoretical framework that explores the ethical dimensions of storytelling and narrative representation. So, rooted in philosophy and literary theory, narrative ethics posits that stories are not mere entertainment but powerful vehicles for moral inquiry, empathy, and ethical reflection. So, this theory acknowledges that narratives shape our understanding of ethics, influencing our values, judgment, and perspectives on complex ethical dilemmas. So, provide a lens through which you can analyze the selected texts. So, by analyzing these narratives through this theory, we gain a deeper appreciation of the complex intersections between storytelling, ethics, and transgender representation, and ultimately contributing to a more comprehensive understanding of the work's impact on readers' moral awareness. So the methodology I've used is qualitative comparative analysis method, which is employed in this involves a systematic examination of selected works, identifying patterns, differences, and ethical consideration in portrayal of transgender characters. Okay, so next is okay. So the themes that are explored are perspective and experience, gender, performance and identity, and social and political context. So I'll just give a brief on the themes. Perspective and experience. So the depiction of gender performance and identity by cisgender and both the authors involves exploring how characters navigate societal expectations, self-discovery, and the complexities of embodying their true selves. So both perspectives offer unique insight into the intricacies of gender expression, reflecting the author's personal experience and ethical consideration. So Lisa Williamsworth delves into exploring gender preference of the characters David and Leo. David was assigned male at birth, privately identifies as female, and Leo is an openly transgender person. Then there is the transgender perspective by Jacob Tobia. Jacob Tobia provides an intimate exploration of gender performance and identity. Tobia describes their experience growing up as a gender non-conforming individual, challenging societal norms and expectation. The memoir delves into the emotional journey of reconciling inner identity with external appearance. So. Uh, Through personal anecdotes and reflection, Topia examines the liberating uh, and sometimes daunting process of embodying their authentic self. Next is social and political context. The portrayal of transgender characteristics in literature is deeply influenced by social and political context in which the narratives are situated. So these contexts shape the characters' experience, challenges, and opportunities. They impact the author's choices in how they depict these elements with their work. So they Jacob's memoir excels in portraying social and political context due to their first-hand experience as a transgender individual. Tobia's narrative captures the evolving landscape of LGBTQ advocacy, awareness, and their intersection of gender identity with broader societal changes. Um, so even though the cisgender author offers insights into social and political context, Tobias take more detailed and intimate approach. Um, yeah. Next is how literature is a tool for advocacy for both the authors. Both authors use literature as a powerful tool of advocacy and social change, leveraging their narratives to challenge stereotype, raise awareness, and foster empathy. Through their work, they aim to contribute to a more inclusive and understanding society by shedding light on the experience of transgender individuals and advocating for their rights. Um, uh, Conclusion. So, the comparative analysis of transgender representation in literature through the works The Art of Being Normal by Lisa Williamson and Sissy, A Coming of Gender Story by Jacob Tobia, yields profound insights into the complexities of transgender portrayal by both cisgender and transgender authors. The study delves into narrative ethics, gender performance, social context, and advocacy, revealing the nuanced ways in which literature shapes our understanding of transgender experience. So, in through my analysis, Jacob Tobia in Sissy, A Coming of Gender Story emerges as having portrayed characters in a more powerful, impactful manner. Tobia's personal experience as a transgender individual bring unparalleled authenticity, fostering a deep emotional connection between the readers and the characters. So, instances such as Tobia's candid discussion about their body, exploration of non binary identity, advocacy for intersectionality cases, this all showcase their mastery in portraying characters with depth, empathy, and an eye towards advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a wonderful presentation. You
Yeah.
brought the role of transgenders in your paper.
Yeah.
Congratulations for the
Thank
result.
you. Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
ma'am.
Yeah.
Now I would like to invite our first presenter Kayam Jan Singh. Are you there?
Yeah, yes, I'm here.
Yeah, you shall introduce yourself, ma'am.
Okay, maybe I'll be the shortest presenter. Uh, my name is Cam John Singh, and I'm a research student from Manipur University. I, along with my co-author, my supervisor, Dr. R.K. Asalata, and the title of the paper that I'll present today is Women as Subjects, Dalit Women Subjects in Burma's Sangati. Sir, do I need to read out my abstract? Hello?
Yes, sir. You shall continue the
Oh, sir,
presentation.
sir, do I need to read out my abstract or not? Okay, then I'll start with an exact quotation from the novel itself. It
Sir,
says like,
we
it's
are
like,
running out of time. So within 10 minutes, you shall sum up your presentation, your
no, sir,
findings and
I won't take that much time, sir. Maybe I can run it very shortly, sir. I know the convenience. So I'll start my paper. So it's like the proverb that says, if a man sees a terrified dog, he is bound to chase it. And if we continue to be frightened, everyone will take advantage of us. So if we stand up for ourselves without caring whether we die or survive, they'll creep away with their tails between their legs. This is an exact quotation from Bama's novel Sangati, page number 66. Sangati, which has its theme the growth, decline, culture, and liveliness of the Dalit woman, is a look at the part of the lives of Dalit women who dare to make fun of the class and power that oppress. It is very clear that in the novel itself, everything is subjugation, oppression, and oppression of the Dalit woman by the male counterpart or maybe the upper caste. But my paper will focus on some of the revolting or subversive acts which act against such oppression, like a few characters, Maikani, and then Samuga Kijavi, and then Miriama, Maikani, Pichama, like this. So I'll take up the one specific character, Maikani. He's a very right from the moment she was born, maybe when she attained 1 year or two years of age, she starts looking after her family, and she even go to matchbox factory where she's working and earning money to look after the family. And even when his mother is uh, in pregnancy, during her mother was in pregnancy, she was in charge of his whole family, looking after her younger siblings, five younger siblings. And then she was being a Dalit woman, Dalit girl. She took care of the family, and even she faced discrimination in the matchbox factory from the male counterparts, and then from the upper caste community. And then there's one specific character, Samuga Kijabi. She's a very old lady, but whenever I got into trouble, whenever the ayah, that means the male from upper caste, uh, when they go through a fight, Samugati Dabi, this specific character, she take revenge by fishing into the pot, drinking water pot. That is, I quote, that Ayah had brought a small pot of drinking water for himself. One of the children from our street went and touched it by mistake. So the Ayah picked up some young ground stalks and beat up the child cruelly. She watched this and said, the wretched man is beating up that innocent child just because her hand brushes against his water pot. See what I'm going to do with him. And then she pissed into the pot with when he wasn't there. And then such now the male from the upper caste bring her piss and she went about abusing and calling him names. And when people ask whether it is right or wrong People claim that it may be right because this Samuga Kidabi is a some maybe some kinds of person who is not afraid of or scared of the any other male counterparts. And then one another character is Pechiama who can even uh, remarriage after before the death of her first husband. Her first husband is a very drunkard, and then they went on. They go through several fights each and every day. But so she cannot bear that situation. So she left her first husband, and then she take another marriage with another man. So such types of happenings is not such types of incident is not happening around the upper caste women counterpart or any other in the Hindus society. So such types of revolts against the uh, convention, and then another character, Mariama, when she go to woods to collect firewood, she was being abused by a male character. And then when they complained to the village chief, and then they called for a meeting, and then they even misled and then make the girls always wrong about it. And then they even claim that why don't you fight back like this? So such type of a lot of incidents are happening in this novel. Um, so in this novel, the Dalit woman's self-confidence, self-respect, and rebellious culture have been depicted through the anecdotes of women belonging to the several generations, like the one Samuga Kidabi, who mocks the upper caste landlord, and the little girl Makani, who works as a child labor in a matchbox factory to support her family, etc. And that's all, sir. Thank you for giving me such opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentation. We will start the next technical session within 5 minutes. Now we shall begin our last technical session. I welcome our chairperson, Dr. M. Sri Vidya, Assistant Professor of English, St. John's College, Palayankote, Tirunelveli. Now the session is yours, madam.
Hello, doctor.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Hello. Doctor, hello. I am Ruhat Khalil. I miss introduce my presentation because I am was in hospital. I have some problem issue. So may I introduce my presentation now? If you can, please.
Okay, ma'am. After this session is over, we will allot you 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Welcome, madam.
Thanks.
Okay, sir. Good evening, sir. Thank you for your introduction. Hope we shall start the session now.
Yes, ma'am. We shall start.
Okay, sir. Sir, hope you will call the first one to present.
Okay, madam. I shall call. First of all, I like to call Ashar Muhammad Nasser. Are you there, Ashar Muhammad Nasser? Next of all, I like to call Ahmad. Ahmad combined with Vidya Rao. Shruti, are you there?
Sir.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Sir. Yes, sir. I'm there, sir. Am
Okay,
I
madam.
audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible. You shall continue the presentation.
Okay, sir. Good evening to one and all present here. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Oh, okay, so today I'm going to present on the topic Unveiling the Harsh Realities of Gender Bias and Infidelity in Anna Karenina, a Feminist Analysis. So my name is Shruti. I'm a PhD scholar and my guide, Dr. S. Kalamani, Professor, Avinash Lingam Institute of Home Science and Higher Education for Women, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. So about the author, Leo Tolstoy was born on 9th September in Yasena Polyana, Russia, and he studied law at Kazan's University. He lived between the literary movement realism, and he's also considered the greatest author of all times. He's also referred to as the master of realistic fiction, and he has also used realism in most of his literary works. So, being a Russian, he was a novelist, a moral philosopher, and also a religious reformer. He was more into spirituality, and he also believed that the search for God is by serving human. He believed that, and he died on November 20 in the year of 1910. So these are some of the pictures of Leo Tolstoy, and this was when Tolstoy is in his study, and the others with his children and grandchildren. Some of the notable works of Tolstoy are Anna Karenina, War and Peace, Resurrection, The Death of Ivan Ilyich, Haji Murat, The Kingdom of God is Within You, The Three Questions, The Cossacks, How Much Land Does a Man Need? A Confession. These are some of the works, but he has written more works, and these are some of the very famous and notable works. Among these three, Anna Karenina, War and Peace, and Resurrection are long novels, and others are just novellas. Okay, so for my research, I have taken Anna Karenina, and the first lines of the novel, all happy families are alike, and each unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. These are a famous lines from the novel Anna Karenina, and these are the initial lines. So, as the line tells, we all know that there are issues in each and every family, and he tends to tell that, like, all the happy families follow a certain similarity, and if there is a unhappiness or if there is an unpleasant situation, it just differs from family to family, and that's why there is an unhappy and unpleasant situation there. So the novel revolves around the adultery committed by Anna Karenina, the protagonist of the play, of the novel. So there are also events that show how the woman is judged, dishonored, ill-treated, alienated, and also traumatized. So the happenings are in such a way that Anna's being totally impoverished and exhausted by the society because of the sole purpose of her not acting according to the societal standards that are set up. So in the end, what happens is that she is being pushed towards the extremity of life and is totally exhausted and done with everything. So this pathetic situation of Anna leads to her suicide, which is definitely not a good solution. So speaking about the gender bias and infidelity in Anna Karenina, so Stephen Oblansky is a character, and he is the brother of Anna Karenina, and he is from a healthy and sociable. He's from a wealthy man, and he's a sociable man, engages in an extramarital affair with his children's governess. So despite the betrayal of this, his wife, due to this social responsibility, just acts normal with him. So Oblonsky faces minimal consequences for his actions. So his lack of emotional attachment to the governess allows him to view the affair as a mere just fun. He just uses her for fun, and he doesn't even have any connection to it. So, like, without considering the sanctity of the home or the impact of his family. So, society too shares his nonchalant attitude towards Oblansky's infidelity, with his actions going largely unquestionable and his reputations remain intact, which means he didn't have any guilt or didn't face any restrictions or any kind of indifference from the society. In the other case, Anna is subjected to infidelity, and the societal expectations from her are not satisfied, and thus she is being treated in a very brutal manner. So Anna's involvement with Count Ronsky is marked by intense love and passion. So thus, entangled in a relationship like this, Anna, a married woman trapped in a loveless marriage, succumbs to her desires and embarks on an affair that eventually leads to her downfall. So the consequences she faces are far more severe than those experienced by Oblonsky, her brother. So this shows that the society harshly condemns Anna for her strong emotions and her failure to fulfill her expected roles as a mother and also as a wife. Next, the unconscious gender prejudice in society continues to influence on how we view infidelity. It differs to men and women. So when a woman is into it, it is considered as very unfair and unjust. But when a man is into it, it is being looked through. So women are being manipulated by using the question of what will happen to the family if you leave when your partner is in an extramarital affair. So this is the question asked to any women, and it is not there being asked to any men. And so the gender equality in thus a major issue affects the equilibrium of the society concerning both men and women. So the consequences faced by Anna and the society are very harsh, and it affects her because it just makes her to take a decision of taking her own life away. So this shows how she has been very much narrowed and tortured by our society. And after that, the consequences faced by Oblonsky it was very mere and not even noticed, because he deteriorated the marriage, yet he ruined the entire peace of the family, yet he was not judged, or he was not into the consequences of this act. And it was very meager when considered to the consequences faced by Anna. So Dolly is Oblonsky's wife, and she being in this situation, she was forced, and also she was very much into the situation where she had to forgive and live with her husband. So the patriarchal society's impact on women is shown in this novel. It is portrayed here, and the male's characters are particularly dismissive attitudes show that the reinforcement of patriarchal structure is developed in the novel. And also, when compared to the current scenario, we also face the same situation even today. So Anna Karenina serves as a powerful critic of gender bias and societal expectations in the 19th century. So the contrasting experiences of Oblonsky and Karenina highlight the disparity in consequences faced by men and women engaging in infidelity. So the novel dwells into themes of liberal feminism and gender equality. So shedding light on the limitations imposed on women and advocating for a more just and equitable society. So through the lens of Anna Karenina, Tolstoy initiates to reflect the impact of gender bias and the need for social transformation to achieve true gender equality. So, to my conclusion, so infidelity is an unethical practice, and being men or women, irrespective of their gender, adultery has to be dealt as a disloyal case. So, there is no privilege for men to choose to be unfaithful in their marital relationship, and thus the unconscious memory of looking through the infidelity of men and showing extreme despise in the infidelity of women is unfair. So, infidelity is an unethical practice, and thus a crime does not concern the gender they belong to. Crime is a crime. Thank you.
Okay. Ma'am, are there any solutions for this topic given by the scholar or the author in the novel? Can you please
So,
clarify?
actually, it is the thoughts given in the novel, and also I have put my own ideas also into it. Hello,
Yes, yes, you can
ma'am.
continue.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Shruti, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, am
Yes,
I audible?
yes, you are now audible. You can
Yes,
continue with
ma'am.
the question.
Yes, ma'am. I have presented, and if there is any questions, please let it.
Yes, I have asked you. Did you
Ma'am,
listen?
sorry, ma'am.
Did you listen? I have asked you a question.
Ma'am, sorry, ma'am. Could you please repeat it, ma'am?
Yes. Are there any solutions given by you in this paper or even the author in the novel? If there are any solutions, you can tell me now.
Ma'am, the solutions are not derived in the novel, ma'am. The solutions that I derived in this research as of such is that there should be an equality, ma'am. So, like, both the genders should be treated equally, and also there should be and respect that should be given to the opposite gender. Only that can change the scenario of our society here, ma'am.
Okay, okay, fine. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So, technical person, we shall go to the next one. Sir?
Okay, madam, I will. 1 minute.
Okay, sir.
Snega Thomas, are you there? Snega Thomas. Vimala Ramani, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yeah, you shall continue.
Thank you, sir. Good evening to all. I am Vimala Ramani, PhD research scholar and assistant professor of English, Rani Anna Government College for Women, Tirunelveli. My screen. Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, ma'am, your screen visible. Kindly open the PPT.
Is it visible now, sir?
The PPT hasn't opened it.
I see. Let me give a try. Is it visible now, sir?
I am unable to see your screen.
Right now, I am not able to share, sir. I'll press. Shall I present?
Yeah, ma'am, you shall present.
Okay. So today I'm going. The title of my paper is "Food as Metaphor for Resilience, Reconciliation, and Exoneration" in Joanne Harris' Five Quarters of the Orange. Joanne Harris is a prolific Anglo-French writer, and she's the author of 14 novels, 2 cookbooks, and many short stories, and a novella titled Doctor Who. And her popular novel, Chocolat, is published in 1999. After the huge success of her novel, Chocolat, Joanne started writing a series of novels covering a diverse range of novels with different genres like magic realism, suspense, historical fiction, mythology, and fantasy. And her most notable works are Five Quarters of Orange, Blackberry, Gentleman and Players, Coastliners, Run Elite, and these novels have magic, folklore, and history as major themes. And the present paper focuses on her novel Five Quarters of the Orange, and the backdrop of the novel is a French village called Les Lauveses. And the time period is the present day and during World War II. The important characters are Framboise Dottigen, the protagonist, and Mirabel Dottigen, her mother, Cassis Dottigen, her elder brother, Rainy, and elder sister, Thomas Leibniz, a German soldier, Paul Horace, a friend of Framboise. And the plot of the story, let me summarize briefly. When the novel opens, Framboise is 65 and she returns to her village, Les Loves, after 59 years. And she opens a small restaurant there, hiding her identity as Dottigen. And she calls herself Framboise Simons from her husband's name. And as the restaurant was running successful, she faces a problem. Her nephew, Yannick, and his wife, Lara, come and seeing the popularity of the restaurant, and they want to climb the recipes, and also an important thing, that is a cooking album that is a gift of Framboise mother. That was the only family property inherited by Framboise. And Framboise is not willing to share the album, and also the family house, the farmhouse, which was left during the Second World War. And she has to face the challenge to reclaim the cooking album and also the family farm. And the thing is, Framboise and her mother, Mirabel Dartigan, never had a cordial relationship. In fact, her mother, Mirabel Dartigan, she is a widow of war and a single mother, has to raise 3 children, and she is known for her rigidity and for her indifference. She had never shown love or compassion or care to her children, but at the same time, she ran the family as a single woman very successfully. The situation was very dark, and it was wartime, and the Les Lauvages was a French German occupied village at that time during Second World War. German soldiers camped there and they were spying for the survival of Jewish people there. The German soldiers lured most of the villagers to find the existence of German people, and most of them fall prey to the lurings of the German soldiers. And of course, the Dartigan children are no excuse. And as this is the case of the relationship between Mirabel Dartigan and her daughter Framboise, and now presently the cooking album is the only inheritance from her mother. Now she is forced to go through the album, and she wanted to know the reason why her nephew Yannick is so curious about the cooking album. Now she opens the cooking album and goes through, and so many revelations come out. She realizes the secrets, mysteries, and the indifferent and negligent behavior of her mother, and she was able to reconcile with her mother, and also she was able to forgive her own act, and she starts loving her mother, though she is no more now. And the predominant themes in these novels are resilience, reconciliation, and exoneration. Resilience, that means the ability to overcome challenges, setbacks, and adversity, the strength that we have. And the resilience, the quality of resilience are found dominant in Mirabel Dartigan and her daughter Framboise Dartigan. Mirabel Dartigan has never shown love to the youngest Framboise Dartigan, but she always had the idea in her mind that Framboise shared the physical features and also the disposition of herself in Framboise. And as I said, the situation was very dark and challenging. Producers are very scarce, and people suffered a lot because of the German occupation. And food is very rare for them. But Mirabel was able to manage the farm with that kind of strength, and she never spared any fruit or produce from her farm. She used to preserve them all, take them to the market, sell them properly, and she was able to manage the demands of the family with much comfort. And she is known for her recipes, and though she never cared for her children, and but she used to cook different types of recipes, and the children used to enjoy. That's the only time the children sit on the table, they eat well. Mirabel never served food for them, but the children used to relish because of the culinary efficiency skill of their mother. And the another side of Mirabel Dartigan is she thought that the situation, even the children have lost their father, so even if they lose their mother, they have to survive in this world with strength. So that is why they made them very wild. So she didn't much care to them. So they grown up on their own self. But at the same time, problems come. The threat comes from either from the villagers or the German soldiers. Mirabel Datijan dares to kill one of the German soldiers, and as a consequence, they have to leave the village. And Framboy's Dottigen, as she takes after her mother, she was 9 at the age in the past, and when she opens the leaf of the cooking album, so she reminiscences her past, and she was 9 years old at that time, and she is not a normal girl child at the age of 9. She was a daring, adventurous young lass, and there is a river which flows, which is called Loire, across the village Les Loveses. So Framboy is always happy to be there
Madam,
fishing.
kindly conclude.
Yes, sir. I'll conclude now. And she dares to fish out the old mother or the old pike, which was very challenging for other villagers to catch. And she used to keep the orange peels under the bed cover of her mother, because Mirabel Dottigen is triggered by the smell of orange peels. So she when she gets the migraine, she will go into her room, shut the door, and she will be there for a whole day, so that the young from boys can go for her adventures. So then next theme is reconciliation, reconciling with the past. So the cooking album is a revelation for Framboy's Dottigen. So Mirabel Dottigen has dexterously, she has crafted, documented the cooking recipes, and she has merged the cooking recipes with the secrets of her life. Why she was like that, why she was so rigid, and so why she was so negligent towards her children, how she had managed the situation, and how she had handled the migration by consuming lot of morphine. And in order to get the morphine, she had a hand with the German soldiers. She also played the role of a spy, giving information about the Jewish people. For that, she had to sell a lot of her preservation and the perfumes that she had in her cellar and all that. And now realizing the difficulties of her mother from the cooking album, and successfully cooking and selling those recipes in her restaurant, Framboise was able to reconcile with her mother, and the bitterness turns into sweet. The final theme is exoneration, that is forgiving, releasing one from the guilt. So the cooking album helps, the recipes help Framboise Dottigen to forgive herself for torturing her mother by keeping the orange peels, and also she was able to forgive her mother's estrangement and indifference. So here in this novel, Joanne Harris uses food as a metaphor to delineate the human emotions, resilience, reconciliation, and exoneration. Food plays a vital role in everyone's life. Universally, food carries emotions and sentiments. And here in this novel also, Joanne Harris has vividly presented how these emotions and sentiments, and so in certain families, the recipes are carried as a legacy. So here also, Framboise Dottigen carries the legacy of her mother, and now she has reconciled with her mother, and she had forgiven. So this is the predominant theme in the novel, Joanne Harris, Five Quarters of the Orange. Thank you.
Yes, it was really a very good presentation, ma'am. Though the PowerPoint was not working, but you did lively in accordingly the everyone can understand.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Sri Vidya, ma'am. I am happy to see you in this platform.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, thank you, ma'am. Thank you
Thanks
so
for
much.
your comments.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, what according to is a good metaphor for food, ma'am?
Uh, sharing, cooking and sharing.
Okay, fine. Okay, ma'am. Because you have mentioned in your second theme that the taste reconcile with the mother changes
Yes,
the taste bitter from
yes,
sweet.
yes,
So, because we have six senses of taste and there are six tastes also.
yes,
So, bitter is also a taste and sweetness is also a taste.
yes,
So, but the answer you gave me is really amazing, ma'am. Still, I have many things to learn from you, ma'am. Even though
yes,
even in this platform too.
yes,
Thank
yes,
you, ma'am.
madam. And then, shall
Thank
I
you,
say
ma'am.
something?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, in the
Thank you, ma'am.
novel,
Yes.
she uses the orange, the fruit
Okay.
orange.
Okay, ma'am.
So her mother never likes orange, even the presence of orange. So it
Okay.
was bitter for her. And from boys, the protagonist has a bitterness in her heart towards her mother. But later, after reading the cooking album, the bitterness turns into sweet.
Sweetness.
So
Okay.
these two tastes, bitterness turns into sweetness.
Okay. Okay, ma'am.
And she, a Mirabelle cooks, and Framboise serves the food of her recipes of her mother.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, ma'am.
Ah,
Thank you, ma'am.
thank you.
The title is really amazing, ma'am. Okay.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Recently, I read the novel and I felt like writing the paper.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Technical person, we shall move on to the next one.
Okay, madam. Madam, you shall present the paper. Who belongs to the other session?
Technical person, I'm not audible anything. Is there the presentation going on?
Wait a second, ma'am. I'm checking.
Okay, sir.
Madam, are you presenting? Kindly response.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, madam. You shall continue the presentation.
Can I may in my introduction for my present for my paper?
Yes, ma'am. Within 10 minutes, complete your presentation.
Yes, yes. Welcome, everybody. My name is Wihad Khalil from Iraq. My paper under title The Transformation of Southern Culture and Gone with Wind by Margaret Mitchell. Traduction Margaret Mitchell novel Gone with the Wind as well as the film adaptation are both internationally renowned. Margaret Mitchell won the Pulitzer Prize for Fiction year. The book was released in 1936 even though critics are divided on Margaret Mitchell's historical saga. It's Barnes' bestseller with thousands of copies sold every year, making it one of the most successful novels of all time. Yes, Margaret Mitchell, her life and work. She was born in Atlanta, November 8, 1900. She came from wealthy family with political influence. She was she was a founded member and officer of the drama club at Washington Seminary. She was finishing school from 1940 to 1980. She was also the literature editor of the high school yearbook, Fact and Fancies. When she was 15 years old, she wrote about a song for her lover. In 1916, she gave her partner Henry Love Angel. Margaret Walker, a novelist about a southern white girl and she falls in the love with a man in the 19th century. The transformation of the Southern American, the study of Southern culture between the two world wars in fraught with the difficulties long shadow have been cast by Falcon and the New Critic. They have for experience the study of lesser known personality in the movement. Important has in the effect detected the study of the period in literary terms and from literary perspective. There tells to account to shape our picture of the period. And until argued in his 1935 essay, The Profession of Letters in the South, in the review that religion, social and economic transformation prompts the creative abstract after 15 years, the largely accepted perspective religion and subjective among literary historians. Women roles during the Civil War. The Civil War was a turning point for women roles in the society prior to Civil War. The majority of women's work has been done at home, just at home, to make the home comfort for the family and the presentable for visitor. Women were expected to cook and clean. However, when the Civil War broke out, many women volunteered to assist in the war effort. They served in the number of positions, including cooking, nursing, and fighting on the front line. As your society were formed by and the women aid both Union and Confederate soldiers. They help the troops by planting, guarding, and preserving food or making food for soldiers and cooking and making uniforms, blankets, and socks and doing laundry. Some women volunteered as a nurse because they wanted to be closer to the action in that civil war. Conclusion. Gone the Wind comes immediately to mind when one hears the phrase the American South. Margaret Mitchell created a false picture of Southern lives in her novel and within refines her view in the American imagination based on hazy recognitions of her ancestors and they created Southern image. Yes, thank you. Hello?
Yes, ma'am. So your
Hello?
topic is, can you hear me?
Hello? Hello?
Yes, sorry, there. Can you hear me?
Hello? Hello? Do you hear me?
Yeah, ma'am,
Hello?
I hear you. Madam, can you hear me?
You hear me?
Ma'am, we are able to hear you.
Yes, thank you.
Vidya, ma'am, you shall continue.
Yes. So your topic is George Orwell's novel 1984. Am I right?
Yes, about Margaret Mitchell, yes.
Can you
Sorry, I
please?
have some problem. I can't hear very good. Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you. Sorry, I can't hear. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, mom.
Okay. Okay, we shall move on to the next one, sir.
Yes, you hear me when I present my paper? You hear me?
Yes, I heard you.
Yes, thank you, mom. Yes, sorry. I have some
No
problem
problem. No
my
problem.
phone. Sorry.
No problem. So, can you please define totalitarianism?
Conclusion?
No. Can you please define the title of the paper?
Yes.
Totalitarianism.
Yes. The transformation of the Southern culture in Gone with the Wind by Margaret Mitchell. Transformation of Southern culture in Gone with the Wind by Margaret Mitchell. Yes.
Okay, fine. Okay.
Yes.
Thanks for
Sorry.
presenting. Okay.
Thank you.
Technical person, we shall move on to the next one.
Okay, madam.
Thank you.
Asar Ahmad Nasser, are you there?
Thank you, sir.
Is anyone available there who didn't present the paper for who belongs to this session? Dr. Vidya Rago.
Is Kudama Kamis, are you there?
Sneha Thomas.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, please continue.
Sir, I think some of the students are there in the main room, sir. The other, what is it, parallel session, sir.
Yeah, it's no problem. They will present in that session.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Vidya madam, for your
Thank you.
wonderful time and wonderful talk to the presenters.
Okay, thank you so much. I wish everyone all success in their academic endeavors. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, technical person, I think I can leave the session now.
Yeah, madam, you shall leave the session.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.